What does N stand for? Infinity. It is the power from 0 to 1. It is the belief in green ecology. It is the rebirth of life force of the light. What does N symbolize? We use new technologies to embrace change. The new generation of N-type Deep Blue 4.0 Pro modules. With new wafer dimensions and better compatibility. We follow the principles of exploration and innovation. Unleash infinite potentials of light. What does N mean? Higher cell efficiency gives Deep Blue 4.0 Pro higher power, better temperature coefficient, enables more power generation. Advanced material techniques bring better safety and reliability. Lower power degradation leads to more value throughout the life cycle. What does N indicate? We lead every step in technological innovation. We witness every step in energy revolution. On the path of pursuing energy efficiency, we have never ceased exploration. Bring N to every household. Let N assemble across mountains and rivers. Make light create infinite values. What does N denote? By the power of nature, we achieve sustainable development. With a carbon neutrality mission, we build a green future. We care about energy. We care more about tomorrow's environment and you in the future. Advances with unlimited potentials for PV development.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting from JA Solar. I'd like to extend my warm welcome to all of you joining our online conference today. I'm Stephen Chen, Vice President of JA Solar. To start, we would like to extend a big thanks to global government officials, corporate leaders, renowned industry analysts, technology experts, international investors, our partners, panelists, and everyone for taking your precious time to join this event. Today, we will delve into in-depth speeches and panel discussion, covering advanced PV technologies, market outlooks, investment opportunities, and the development of the value chain. Now, let's kick off today's summit. I would like to invite Liang Xu, Deputy Secretary General at China Chamber of International Commerce, to grace the opening address of the third Global PV Summit 2024. Mr. Xu, please.
各位代表、各位专家、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。很荣幸受邀出席2024京奥科技第3届全球光伏峰会，非常高兴在这个春和景明、万象更新的仲春时节，和大家共同展望全球能源发展趋势和国际投资前景。当前，全球正值100年未有之大变局，地缘政治、经济格局充满复杂性和不确定性，人工智能、可控核聚变、碳中和建设等划时代的科技突破蓬勃而至，有序世界多极化和人类命运共同体理念逐渐深入人心，引领全球治理迈入更开放、包容、合作的新阶段。在全球低碳转型浪潮如火如荼之时，光伏产业成为关键力量之一，加强全球光伏市场的互通交流尤为重要。作为龙头企业的中国代表，京奥科技以开发太阳能、造福全人类为自身使命，积极将企业的发展事业和社会责任融入全球，持续推动着世界能源变革和科技创新。一系列闪耀的成绩单表明，京奥科技得到了全球市场的深度信任和有益回馈，取得了令人赞叹的发展成效。在提升企业自身能力的同时，京奥科技作为中国国际商会副会长单位，还积极参与国际商会中国国家委员会环境与能源、企业责任与反腐败等专业委员会、可持续市场倡议中国理事会等机制，并深度参与了链博会等务实活动，充分体现了富有责任感的中国企业在国际化进程中的责任与担当，和积极参与世界能源发展的全权之心。中国国际商会长期致力于促进中外经贸交流与合作，引领中国企业在 APEC、G20、金砖、一带一路、联合国、国际商会等平台，积极反映中国工商界利益诉求，参与国际经贸规则的制定和推广，并在企业界积极倡导社会责任与公益事业。希望与会的中国新能源企业继续发挥优势，更深更实地参与全球气候治理与国际合作，持续贡献中国力量。中国国际商会将围绕倡导绿色发展理念、搭建交流平台、促进技术合作、分享成功经验等方面，助力会员企业在变局中不断探索，在新局中不断开拓。我们坚信，通过全球市场的共同努力，必将推动碳中和目标的早日实现，为构建人类命运共同体做出积极贡献。最后，预祝本次峰会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Xi, for your warm and thoughtful address. The PV industry plays a key role in the global energy transition. Technology updates and innovation is crucial in promoting the industry developments. Now I would like to invite Martin Green, Scientia Professor at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, to share his opening remarks.
Well, hello. This is Martin Green from the University of New South Wales, Sydney. I'm speaking to you from Sydney on the occasion of JA Solar's third Global PV Summit. I'm very pleased to be doing this. The university and JA Solar, actually have a very long history together. JA Solar was actually formed in May 2005 as a joint venture between the Jinlong Group of China and two Australian companies, the Australian Photovoltaic Science and Engineering Company and the Australian Solar Energy Development Company. And these were two companies that was formed by former PhD students and staff at the University of New South Wales. So, they owned 45% of JA Solar at one stage of the company's history. So the A in JA actually stands for OW. I think that's how you pronounce it. But that's a short form of Australia. So we're reflected, our involvement in the early history of the company is reflected in the name of the company. Actually, the first chief technical officer at JA Solar was Dr. Shimin Dai, who was one of my very good PhD students. And she went on to found several other companies within the Chinese manufacturing industry. So she was, one of the first female CEOs within the Chinese industry and hopefully the first of many more. The other connection with JA is the way that JA has commercialized UNSW technology. So first the PERC, so JA pioneered the commercial introduction of PERC, and that was very pleasing to see. So, as the industry has matured and sought ever higher and higher efficiency, it's gone to more and more sophisticated technology. And, going to the PERC, was the first example of this and has been hugely successful. So I think, according to our calculations, the introduction of PERC has reduced solar cell prices by probably a factor of 2 from what they would have been if we all still had been making aluminium back surface field cells. And also TOPCon. So not everyone realizes this, but TOPCon was actually first conceived and demonstrated at the University of New South Wales back in 1981. And we reported on it, in a paper that was published in that era. However, we found it too complicated to use as our vehicle. Our goal was to make the first 25% efficient cell, which, in 1981, 20% was thought to be the highest you could ever get with silicon. So, we used PERC as the vehicle for getting for 25%. Because we regarded TOPCon, we not only regarded it, it was too complicated for us to, use routinely within our laboratory. But now the industry has come on, through the research and development activities of JA Solar, so that TOPCon is now being manufactured inexpensively in a large volume. So congratulations to JA Solar for their efforts there. So, again, welcome to the third Global JA Solar PV Summit, and I hope everyone gets as much as they can from the summit presentations. So farewell from Martin Green and best wishes from Australia.
All right, thank you, Mr. Green. As a specialist in this industry, your experience and insights are very inspiring at this conference and beyond. Thank you again for your opening remarks. Next, I would like to invite Tony Zhu, Vice President of JA Solar, to deliver his opening address.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tony Zhu, Vice President of JA Solar. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you to the summit. As we gather here together, we embark on a journey of innovation, collaborations, and progress in the field of PV sections. As we gather under the banner of sustainability, I am filled with the sense of optimism about the future of solar energy. Today, more than ever before, the world is turning to a renewable energy to combat climate change, reduce reliance on fossil fuels, and secure a cleaner, brighter future. At JA Solar, we stand at the forefront of this global transition, committed to drive the adoption of PV technology and renovationizing the way we harness the solar power. At JA Solar, our mission is clear: developing solar power to benefit the planet. We try to accelerate the global transition to clean and renewable energy through groundbreaking research, technological innovation, and strategic partnerships. With a rich history of pioneering achievements and a relentless commitment to the excellency, we are proud to lead the change towards a more sustainable future. For cutting-edge solar cell technologies to the state-of-art PV modules, our products are powering homes, businesses, and communities across the globe, driving progress and prosperities where they go. Now, as we navigating through the challenges and the opportunities in the PV industry, it is imperative that we foster partnerships, share knowledge, and embrace innovation. Together, we can overcome obstacles and unlock the immense potential of PV to power a brighter and more sustainable future. Today's summit serves a platform for industry leaders, experts to come together, exchange ideas, and chart the course for the future of solar PV. Together, we have the opportunity to explore innovative solutions, addressing pressing challenges, and shape the future of solar energy. I am honored to be a part of this gathering, and I am excited to forge new connections and explore innovative solutions that propel the PV industry forward with you. With your collective expertise, passions, and dedications, I'm confident that we can accelerate the global adoption of PV energy and make a positive impact on our planet. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and organizers for their invaluable contribution to the summit. Together, let's seize this opportunity to inspire innovation and illuminate the path towards a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for your powerful address. As you mentioned, collaboration and innovation are critical in overcoming industry challenges and maximizing the potential of solar PV. As a global leader in the PV industry, we look forward to JA Solar leading the world in creating a cleaner and more sustainable future. And thank all of you for your opening remarks. Now let's move on to the keynote speech section. First speech is Global Energy Market Analysis and Future Trends. And to present on that, I would like to invite Hemi Bahar, Senior Energy Analyst, Renewable Energy Division at the International Energy Agency.
Thank you very much for the invitation to give the keynote speech of the third Global PV Summit.
Recording in progress.
From the IA side, we are happy to participate, and unfortunately we will not be able to travel this time, but hopefully next time we will see you all face to face. First of all, renewable energy's role in the global energy markets are growing rapidly. And this is also shown in the COP28 meeting that was held last year, and how renewables can meet global climate challenges was highlighted in the final stocktaking document. Now we have an important pledge globally to triple renewable capacity This tripling pledge that will take global renewable capacity to 11,000 gigawatts is ambitious, but it's achievable. Looking at last year, renewables already shown an important jump before the pledge was agreed. In 2023, renewable capacity additions more than doubled worldwide, and solar PV reached an incredible record by jumping almost double the capacity that was installed. And this is obviously thanks to China's acceleration of growth, which you are very well aware. And this record level additions last year is purely driven by solar PV. Of course, wind sector also broke a record. Hydro sector and bioenergy achieved notable growth, but PV was really exceptional. And PV's role is going to increase in the next 5 years. According to our forecast, solar PV capacity globally is expected to increase by almost 3,000 gigawatts. 3,000 gigawatts is a big market. And in this big market, there are different players that will be installing the growth. Just to give you some name, obviously China will be the largest country worldwide to install solar PV, but also European Union, United States, India, and countries in Middle East and North Africa are expected to accelerate. The reason behind this acceleration is twofold. First of all, there are still a lot of policies that are being designed, introduced, and implemented all around the world, like in China. Governments are supporting solar PV industry and also renewable energy industry as a whole. And then secondly, the costs are getting lower and lower. Right now, in all around the world, in most of the countries, almost all countries, solar PV generation costs and onshore wind generation costs are cheaper than new fossil fuel alternatives. This is an important message because costs have been a barrier before, and now it is the facilitator because many utilities, many countries in the world realize that cost reductions and the generation cost of renewables are very well lower than fossil fuel alternatives. Not only for new fossil fuel production, but also existing plants. For instance, in India, in China, solar PV plants in many parts are giving contracts that are lower than existing fossil fuel costs. So this is an incredible achievement. And China's role in this clean energy transitions that we are talking about globally is very important, is by far one of the most important countries in terms of supplying clean energy technologies in the world. It's the largest demand center for all clean energy technologies in the world. And that's why its role is very well appreciated and looked forward in the coming years, especially when we talk about achieving ambitious targets such as global tripling of renewable capacity. Today, China accounts for more than 90% of global polysilicon and wafer production, which are the two segments that are extremely important for the solar PV manufacturing. China also will account for 60% of global demand of solar PV in the coming 5 years. This is an important factor as well. Both demand and supply are going very rapidly. And China's expansion of manufacturing has two important implications for the world. The first one is cost reduction. Over the last decade, China's solar PV manufacturing expansion and innovation has helped almost all countries in the world to achieve cost-effective solar PV deployment. Without China, solar PV prices in the world would have been significantly higher today. The secondly, however, currently there is an oversupply situation in global solar PV markets because of demand is not growing as fast as the supply. And I know this is a very important topic in China, as majority of the growth has come from China over the last years. China alone doubled its solar PV manufacturing capacity over the last year, which is basically now an important oversupply that is happening in the market. And this oversupply is a challenge, but it's also, I believe, an opportunity to expand the demand to many countries that are at the nascent stage. For instance, countries in Africa. There's a lot of electricity needs there, and solar PV can meet this electricity demand very rapidly. Secondly, in Southeast Asia, there are a lot of countries in the world that have ambitious decarbonization targets, but they are at a very nascent stage right now. Affordable solar PV can help these countries to expand their renewable electricity capacity, which is key to achieve the targets. And we will probably see a balancing in the solar PV markets in the coming years. The challenge is that profitability of the solar PV manufacturers in and outside of China is challenged in the coming years because of the oversupply situation. And this challenge opens the door for efficiencies, for consolidation, even to have a more sustainable business of solar PV in the coming years. Profitability of the renewable energy industry as a whole has been challenged not only in China, but also outside of China in many markets in the world, including Europe and the United States, giving the example of a wind industry, for instance. It is important that renewable companies, either manufacturers, developers, or suppliers, they need to be profitable for a sustainable business of renewable energy worldwide. Without this sustainable profitability, it will be very difficult to achieve these ambitious targets. That's why policy remains important. Not because policy today needs to give subsidies to renewable energy industries or money to renewable energy developers or grants. We passed that era, in our opinion. The policy's role today is to create the right framework for the renewable energy industry to grow sustainably and to make profits that are acceptable and that are basically giving the signal to the market that this business is the business of the future. Already today, many companies are profitable, but the challenges in the short term is a test for the renewable energy industry today in order to meet the challenges ahead to create a sustainable business. Another important challenge that is coming up globally is the grid integration of renewables. One side is the building up the grid globally, and China has been the leader of grid investment over the past decade, compared to other countries in the world and compared to many of its neighbors. Grid expansion outside of China has been very challenging and has become a major bottleneck in many European countries to accelerate renewable capacity. The second one is to how to manage the increasing share of wind and solar in our electricity systems. We observe at the IEA that curtailment is increasing in many countries where the penetration is growing. Over the past decade, China managed to reduce its curtailment significantly, and it should be studied as an important case study example by many countries how to achieve this. One side was the grid investments, which were accelerated, very important. But on the other hand, China made a lot of progress on market integration of renewables, which is still ongoing. These important two factors are key to achieve a sustainable renewable energy business with optimal or minimal curtailment levels. And this challenge requires a lot of steps in the coming years, and that should be implemented very quickly. The first one is design the market in such a way that the flexibility investments are attracted. Flexibility will be the key word in the coming years in order to integrate the higher share of renewables. And preparing for flexibility is a very, very good policy goal that all countries should prioritize. We welcome China's approach to flexibility, and both on the fossil fuel side, but its investment targets on long-term storage and short-term storage, both on batteries and pumped hydro storage. Long-term storage will be needed in the coming years to integrate especially solar PV, where the operating hours are limited only during the day. And China's goals of building more pumped storage are extremely important and should be exemplary to the world. We need more storage, we need more investment on integration. And this is a global trend that all countries will have to follow in the coming years. Another important topic that China is leading, and globally it's an important topic, is renewable-based hydrogen, or green hydrogen, if you want to put a color on it. The green hydrogen announcement has been tremendous, and the policy interest has been growing significantly over the past few years. However, what we see on the ground is very different than all the announcements. At the IEA, we see that renewable capacity that will be dedicated to hydrogen production accounts for only 1% of our forecast in the coming 5 years. It's not basically a big market for renewable capacity. And when we look at what the planned projects versus what is happening on the ground, we see that only 7% of the investments for the renewable capacity side will be realized compared to the plans that are announced, which is extremely small. That's why policies need to address one important part is the demand. And for the renewable-based hydrogen, China is also a leader, both on the electrolyzers production, electrolyzers deployment, but also renewable capacity dedicated to hydrogen production. According to our estimations and forecast, China accounts for about 40% of the global deployment of renewable capacity for hydrogen production. A huge market, an important market for both China, but also globally. And these challenges and these renewable energy market opportunities are there to stay. There's always two sides of the coin. One is the opportunity, one is the challenge. And policymakers need to tap the opportunities, especially on low-cost renewables, but at the same time think about upcoming challenges such as grid integration, financial health of the renewable energy companies and profitability, and basically expanding new innovative technologies such as batteries, hydrogen, and others. From a solar PV perspective, just to finish my words maybe, solar PV is by far the fastest growing technology, both in terms of deployment, but in terms of also innovation.
Recording stopped.
China's role in the innovation of solar PV has been very important to increasing the efficiency of the solar cells. The world is thanking China for its R&D investments and what has achieved so far for the conversion efficiency of the solar PV panels. And I'm thanking you for all your investment and efforts on this. At the same time, solar PV technology will grow further from different types of technologies coming to the market, from heterojunction cells, from TOPCon cells, but also such as more new technologies of perovskite. I encourage China to lead this new innovation cycle for solar PV as well, using less materials, being more efficient, and increasing the reach of the solar PV worldwide in a cost-effective way. I would like to thank you again for the invitation, and thank you very much for all your work as a PV industry and for your contribution to the global renewable energy transitions. I also would like to thank China as a country for all their contributions, not only for solar PV, but all the other renewable and clean energy technologies. Thank you very much.
Our speaker just presented the energy market trends and immense possibility that it has to offer, including solar modules, storage, and green hydrogen. Also, as mentioned in the speech, the policy will be very important to frame the industry in order to maintain the profitability, which is essential for the long-term sustainable growth. Although the short-term turmoil is still around at the moment, the future of renewable energy is incredible. We're also glad that we are at the center of it. Thank you, Mr. Bahar, for the in-depth deliberation on this important topic. Moving forward, next, now we have a special presentation on analysis of renewable energy and the role of PV in the future energy system. And to deliver it on this, it's my pleasure to invite Ludovico Del Vecchio, Program Officer of IRENA.
Thank you, Stephen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today to discuss the progress and the future prospects of renewable energy and what is the role of solar PV in the energy system. And additionally, I will touch upon the role of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, and its mission. So we can move to the next slide, please. And we can delve into the journey that the renewable energy has undertaken. And this chart shows the progression of additional power capacity over time. And it reveals that the energy sector, and particularly the electricity sector, is already undergoing an incredible transformation. So we can see that 20 years ago, only 15% of the additional capacity was renewable, while today it stands at 83%. In 2022 only, we have seen the largest annual increase in the renewable energy addition ever recorded, totaling almost 300 gigawatts, and this was a record. And this expansion not only confirms the upward trajectory of the renewables, but also contrasts with the decline trend that we see in new fossil fuel capacity. This chart, however, lacks a distinction by technology, and let me say more importantly, does not provide a geographical perspective. Because despite the progress, we should recognize that the large-scale deployment of renewable remains concentrated in specific countries and specific regions, which around 75% of the 300 gigawatts concentrated in China, in the European Union, and the United States. So it became clear that expanding renewable deployment to nations lacking electricity access is imperative for achieving global sustainability and equity. So we can move to the next slide, please. And we can look here at how renewable technologies have evolved and the main reason driving this change. So the first thing we notice from the chart is the most installed technology, which is hydropower. But there is a catch here. It doesn't have much room to grow anymore. You see, hydropower has been around for a long time, and this is a consolidated technology, but this is a pretty much reached its limit in terms of how much more we can implement it. So the technology that has instead seen the greatest growth is, of course, solar PV. Overall, there are many reasons that have led to PV, but generally renewables boom. And here we have summarized on the right three of these reasons. So firstly, the regulation. The regulation have evolved together with the technological advancements, and initially they were mostly supportive of renewable energy when technology was in its first steps. However, they are now becoming more competitive, and schemes that prove to be most efficient are technologically neutral. And let me say that this shift has stimulated innovation and contributed to the cost reduction. Secondly, the technology has played a huge role. Advances in technology have made renewable energy sources more efficient and more affordable. And this means that they can compete more effectively with traditional fossil fuels. In fact, today, the electricity generated from renewables is already the most economic power option globally. And in most markets, it's not just better to build renewable over fossil fuels, but it is also cost-effective to construct new renewables power plants rather than utilize existing fossil fuel plants. So lastly, there is a growing demand for sustainability, the point 3. People and companies are increasingly looking for renewable energy sources to power the operations. And power producers sell electricity to the industry. But at the same time, the industry clients increasingly demand decarbonized products, where it is cement, aluminum, shoes, or t-shirts. This growing demand for decarbonized products is expanding. And consequently, industry established decarbonization goals, leading them to seek renewable energy from utilities and power producers. At the same time, electricity producers are also setting decarbonization goals. And these presents two pathways. One involves expanding the electricity generation portfolios. However, these players are not only generator of electricity, but also procure it from the market. Therefore, the second pathway involves committing to purchasing renewable electricity from the market. So through the combination of these three factors, regulation, technology, and demand, the renewable energy have gained ground in the most developed markets. And this is not just a trend, but right now it is imperative to ensure that all nations, particularly those lacking reliable access to electricity, have the opportunity to adopt the renewable energy solutions. We can now move to the next slide. Thank you. And in this chart shows how renewables energy cost changed between the 2020 and the 2021. And despite the pandemic challenges, renewable electricity costs keep going down, which is historic. But, for example, we can see here the global levelized cost of electricity for new utility scale solar PV, and it decreased mainly because more panels come from China. But it is even more impressive when you see the last 10 years. Just consider that from 2010 to 2021, the LCOE for solar PV decreased by 88%. And similar trends were seen for other renewable energy sources. For example, the LCOE for concentrated solar power dropped by 68%, and for onshore and offshore wind by 68% and 60% respectively. Now, moving to the next slide. Can you move to the next slide, please? Just give them 1 second to move to the next slide. Okay, thank you. So, no, the previous one. Yes, thanks. So far we have looked at the past, and now let's have an eye on the future and explore how renewables could shape the global energy scenarios. So in this chart, you can see a comparison of the two electricity generation capacity scenario from the World Energy Transition Outlook, the WITO, one of the main arena publication. And the PES, the Planet Energy Scenario, on the left, is based on the government's current energy plans. Instead, the 1.5 scenario outlines the energy system needed to keep the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. Under the 1.5 scenario, the end-use sector will undergo rapid electrification by 2050, and this will lead to 3 times increase in global electricity demand from the 2020 levels. The power sector is expected to decarbonize more than most other sectors, with renewable energy making up 68% of the total electricity generation by 2030 and 91% by 2050. And notably, variable renewable energy sources such as solar PV and wind are expected to lead the transformation of the global electricity sector, contributing to 70% of electricity generation by 2050. We can go now to the next slide. Okay, so let's take a closer look at the renewable energy generation capacity in the 1.5 scenario. And under this scenario, the global installed solar PV capacity is expected to increase nearly 8 times. By 2030, we anticipate a net change capacity of 5,000 gigawatts, and from 2030 to 2050, an additional 30,000 gigawatts. And more on that, both onshore and offshore wind capacity are predicted to experience significant growth, with onshore reaching 3,000 gigawatts by 2030, and offshore nearly 500 gigawatts by 2030. However, achieving these targets requires, of course, substantial investment, as it is highlighted in the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. To achieve the IRENA 1.5 scenario for transforming the power sector, we will need around 2.2 trillion annually. You can see in the blue box below. And most of this funding will be directed towards developing renewables. And specifically, nearly 1.4 trillion per year will be allocated to advance renewable power generation technology, but also integrating various renewable energy sources require investment in the grid networks and flexibility systems, and totaling approximately 0.8 trillion annually. Now, moving to the next slide. So let's now take a look at what is the current investment status and the historical trend. So this graph shows the financial commitment in renewable energy categorized by technology. So firstly, we can see that 2022 was a record year with 500 billion investment in renewable generation. And this is great, but we are still far from the 1.4 trillion goal that we saw in the chart before. So to meet the 1.5 scenario, we need to triple the investment in renewables. And furthermore, we observed that the power sector attracted 97% of investment in between 21 and 22, up from around 90% between 2013 and 2020. So in short, investments are not only increasing, but they are increasingly concentrated in the power sector, which is efficient and of course competitive. And this leads me think to, about the need for strong electrification and therefore investment in grids and flexibility systems. And additionally, the last but not least point that comes to my mind looking at this chart is the massive growth of investment in solar PV. So just in 2022, PV attracted almost 60% of the world investments in renewable technologies. And this is not only due to technological advancement and cost reduction, but also the short time to the market that the solar PV offers. So we can move to the next slide. Yes, and I would like now to highlight the disparities in global investment distribution. So despite significant investments, more than half of the world's population received only 15% of total investment in the year 2022. So in East Asia and in the Pacific, they get the most investment, getting around 45% from 2019 and 2020, and almost 2/3 of all global investments in 2022. Most of these come from China, which got over 4/5 of the world region investment, and this is also thanks by its government ambitions that targeted peak emission in 2030 and carbon neutrality in 2060. In 2022, Europe and North America together got about 24% of the investment, sharing it almost equally between the two regions. But it is different for the 120 developing and emerging markets. They only got about 15% of all the investment in 2022. And this share has been going down since the 2018. So the least developed country in particular have received low levels of investment, averaging less than 1% between 2013 and 2020. Now moving to the next slide and the last slide. So let me wrap up by telling you a bit about ARENA and our goal in the project financing and support. ARENA is the International Renewable Energy Agency. It is a leading global intergovernmental agency for energy transformation with 168 member states plus the European Union. And we acknowledge that meeting international climate and development goals require a huge shift of money towards renewables. And we estimate that around 150 trillion will need to go into the energy system by 2050, focusing on technology that can help keep global temperature rise within 1.5 degrees, as outlined in the Paris Agreement. Indeed, during the COP28, there was the agreement to triple the renewable power capacity, and do this crucial goal, and due to the big difference in where investments are made, ARENA is overseeing two initiatives focused on project facilitation and support. The Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform, the ETAF, and the CIP, that stands for Climate Investment Platform. Both platforms aim to help mobilize the capital to develop projects and advance the energy transition in developing markets. And so far, you can see from the map we have supported over 100 projects worldwide, and 8 projects totaling about 1 gigawatt of renewable capacity have already reached the financial closure. So let me thank you for this invitation, and if you are interested in learning more about our platform, the ETAF and the CIP, or if you have projects you like to ask for support, please visit our website that is written down on the right corner of the slides, and get in touch with us. Thank you so much.
Hello, Stephen. Sorry to interrupt. Please, my microphone. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ludovico Del Vico, for shedding light on how important the role of PV is for the future from many different aspects. From your presentation, we can see the future of solar PV is promising, and definitely we are excited and look forward to it. Now let's move on to the next keynote speech by Pan Pan, Secretary General at China New Energy Power Investment and Financing Alliance. The presentation will be focused on 2024 global new energy power investment trend and policy analysis.
Recording in progress.
Hello, Pan Pan?
你好，请问能听到吗？
能听到。
喂，能听到是吗？好，谢谢主持人，我现在把 PPT 打开。各位朋友，大家下午好，我是中国新能源电力投资联盟的彭鹏。非常感谢今后的邀请，让我们在这里一起分享一下我们对于未来电力需求下的增长。
Understanding for the global new energy power investment trend.
对，然后以政策分析的这么一个研究跟大家一起来讨论。
And I would like also to share with you our understanding of the policy
please
analysis.
Wait a moment, please. All of our audience, would you please switch to our English channel? This is a Chinese presentation. Thank you so much. Miss Peng Peng, you can begin, but your voice is Yes, much better.
你让他关闭翻译。
童女士，麻烦您关闭一下翻译，不然会有回音。
看一下这个翻译。
现在可以了，没有回音了。您可以稍微适量，声音再稍微大一点。您可以开始了，谢谢。
好的，谢谢。那么整个2023年，我们觉得全球的电力市场中的发展趋势跟我们原来的预测有很大的不同。那么最大的一个特点肯定是 AI 的崛起，它会严重的改变全球的电力的需求和未来的一个趋势。所以基于这个需求的变化，我们再来一起讨论投资与接下来的一些政策。因为前面几位嘉宾已经分析了很多，就是关于我们新能源成本呀什么的这些变化，所以我们就不再重复了。那么，接下来的未来这些时间这些年份，你们觉得电力需求的一个增长会在导致未来出现大面积的缺电的现象？这个是我们对于接下来的电力市场第一个预测。然后第二个的话呢，就是基于这种需求，我们认为它会对电站投资有一个很强的一个拉动。那么在这个投资需求的背后，就是不同背景的资金会加入到我们的新能源行业的这个投资者。
backgrounds will also join the new energy industry.
未来的展望。
And the fourth part is the future outlook. So first, let's take a look at the growing demand for electricity leads to future power shortages. In order to deal with climate change, we see there is a growing demand for energy transition. And also climate change may lead to the reduction of the generation capacity of the hydropower. And according to the record, 2023 is the year on record with the worst climate condition. There is a 700 hours reduction in the operation time for hydropower plants in the year 2023 due to the climate change. And also in 2023, Europe suffered from the severe drought, and in China we have the severe flood, and also the forest fire in North America. All of these contribute to the climate disasters and disturbing the power generation. And many people asked why China's thermal power generation has increased in its share. It's because of these climate disasters, disturbance, and disruption. That is because there is a gap or reduction of the power generation by hydropower plants. So in order to fill in the gap, they have to increase the share of the thermal power generation in order to stabilize the power supply in the market. And some experts predict that in 2024, the climate condition may even be worse due to the accelerating climate change. So which means we still need more green energy power generation capacity like PV, wind to fill in the gap caused by the reduction in hydropower generation. So the demand growth number 2 is electricity substitution. The transport is gradually switching from fossil fuels to electricity. For the EV in 2023, the global sales is 15 million units, reaching 15 kilowatt hour per 100 kilometers. And also the shipping industry is also gradually shifting to green methanol. That is also a way for green power generation. Also for a lot of industrial mass smelting and boiler, we also have turned to electricity power supply.
还有很多我知道的工业供热的一些锅炉，现在都要从原来直接烧煤而转成用电，所以这个是第二部分我们认为需求增长非常明显的地方。然后第三部分的话呢，是来自于发展中国家电力消费的一个增长。因为在过去，发展中国家它之所以缺电，是因为他们负担不了化石能源的成本，就是说你给他一个援助他一个火电站，但是他也没有足够的钱去买这个煤，所以他们是没有办法能够持续的生产这个电力的。那么这个情况只会由光伏什么的来解决。所以发展中国家电力的需求的增长，从这个 IA 的数据上其实可以表现的就是比较明显啊。它的增量的部分是非常的快的，无论是它的制造业，比如说中国的制造业将来会向东南亚呀，甚至将来会去更遥远的这个非洲包括它的交通，它会开很多电动汽车，还有它的家庭用电，都是明显的增长。那么后面这个部分是我们现在所意料之外的一部分增长，也就是 AI。那么 AI 在最近这个3个月这个话题是非常热的，在我们核算过 AI 的用电之后，我们自己也是大吃一惊。那么英伟达这边它是预测就是未来的10年算力将会提升100万倍啊。这里我们其实是有一些已经公开的数据。那么美国它目前在运营的数据中心耗电量一年是1000亿的千瓦时的这么一个水平。那么2022年全球总的发电量是30万亿30万亿千瓦时。如果我们未来10年就是算力提高10倍。仅仅美国的数据中心的耗电量，如果在现在这个芯片耗电量的这个基础不变的情况下，等于全球发电量的3000倍。这个数据听起来实在太惊人，我可以再重复一下，就是如果我们现在按照我们芯片就是这个算力耗电量不改变的话呢，仅仅是美国的数据中心在10年之后，它的用电量就是相当于现在全球发电量的3000多倍。所以这也是为什么英伟达的黄仁勋反复强调，就是它的算力的能力要不停的提高，然后的话呢，才能够用尽可能少的这个电力，然后支撑全球未来运算的一个增长。但是山姆奥特曼的观点就是说，他现在就觉得，整个目前全球的电力的供应能力是完全跟不上我们算力的增长的，他们自己甚至都要去投一些电站或者投一些，包括甚至他们也在考虑这个核能嘛。所以这就是 AI 对我们的就是未来电力体系的一个冲击。这部分预测在以前所有传统做电力预测人的模型中其实是没有出现的，或者是说我们没有预测到会有这么多。好，需求我们说完了之后，我们再来看一下，就是基于这个需求是怎么来拉动这个电站的投资。因为我们更希望看到的是投资人基于光伏电站的这种盈利性才能够形成持续的。
If we have a look at
那现在毫无疑问，我们光伏已经可以做到了，它在大部分地区已经是最低成本的一个发电了。就是新能源的核心的竞争力，我们其实是认为它是经济性。那绿色是它很重要的一个环境的溢价。但是如果你在未来的10年想成为一个主力的电源，还必须是在经济性上能够形成跟化石能源的一个优势。但从现在这个角度来讲，我们认为已经没有问题了。我们现在再往后面来看啊，新能源的这个投资成本，就是单码的投资成本，其实是一直在下降，一直在下降。所以它才会助推全球这么大规模的一个增长。好，那既然是需求这么强烈，那么哪些背景的资金再加入到新能源，我们也把它分了几类。一方面的话呢，基于这个巨大的投资前景，现在多种资金、多种模式都在整个的新能源上下游的产业链中找到了自己的心仪中的项目。 第一个的话呢，我们现在能够看到大量的私人资本在投资新能源的制造业。这个其实是不光是中国的新资本，其实中国企业背后更多的国际资本。我们能看到，包括像就是新奥什么的这些企业，最早他们都是在美国上市成功的，那么背后的话呢，都是很多美国的这个投资人。那么未来新能源的制造业也同样还有大量的机会，包括新增的这个产能，比如说在欧洲呀、在美国呀、在东南亚什么的，在产能不断扩张的过程中，还是有很多的这个投资的机会的。那么另外一个的话，我们还能看得到，就是国家资本在注入到本土的制造业中，比如说就像美国这样，它是通过 IEA 通胀焦点的这些法案，计划投入几千亿美金的这么一个规模，然后促进本土的这个制造业的一个发展。还有一些补贴啊什么的，这个都是美国的一些做法。从欧洲这边角度来讲，我们也看到欧洲很多国家它也在考虑，就是本土投这个制造业的也是有一些机会。然后除此之外，我们在二级市场，就是大家经常进行股票投资的这个证券市场，它的机会也是比较多的。除了公司上市之外，比如说这里一个制造业企业可以在美国上市，可以在欧洲上市，可以在中国、新加坡这些上市，那么给了这些制造业公司充裕的这个资金去扩张。那另外一块基于电站，我们是能看到有很多的
energy companies will have more opportunities to get listed as well, and they can also provide abundant capital sources for the manufacturing companies. And another opportunity is related to green loans. The green loans can help lots of SMEs to invest in new energy stations. And besides that, we can also see there is a trend of standardization and mobility. There are new type of financial products emerging in the market, and it can help to promote the standardization of the power station, especially the capital standardization. Besides that, it is beneficial for improving the mobility of the assets of the power station, and it will also allow the pension fund or dividend oriented fund to invest in assets like the power station. So for the new energy station, we can see there were big opportunities provided for financing. And we can see that there is a standardized investment mode in the markets, in the financial markets. Then, for example, some countries are also exploring new ways of getting companies listed, like they can have a separate power station to set up to form a company, and then it provides a channel for this company to get listed in the stock market, so that this company can have more financing resources. And of course, the evaluation of this type of companies will also be on the rise in the future. Let's move on to the future outlook. The first observation that I get is that for developing countries, it is difficult for them to afford to pay for fossil fuels. And green electricity is a cornerstone for their modernization. It will help the developing countries to find a way to improve the living standards of their people. And secondly, based on new energy, the business model of energy has changed from extractive industry to manufacturing industry. For example, like the Middle East countries, they have abundant crude oil resources. So they have a good base. It can provide a lot of stream of income for this company, for these countries. And for the new energies, it can generate more investment opportunities like the charging stations, the charging piles, etc. And so we can say that only the new energy can make it possible for many small companies to invest equally. And the last point I'd like to make is the future energy consumption will continue to grow rapidly, and only new energy sources have the potential to meet all of this. And in 2023, AI has showed the demand of electricity in the future. And solar and the other renewable energies need to perform a main role of energy.
Thank you, Pen, for such a comprehensive analysis. We can foresee the potential power shortage led by climate change, power transformation, developing country consumption, and surprising bursts of artificial intelligence. And these great demands had triggered humongous investment toward manufacturing facilities and solar projects, with a variety of investment instruments, such as IPO, green loans, and securitization. With that, we believe that PV market has the brightest future with immense possibilities. Thank you again. Now, I would like to invite Zi Ouyang, CTO of JA Solar, to present on photovoltaic technology developments, state of art, and perspectives.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ouyang. Please turn on your microphone.
Okay. I should unmute myself. Sorry. Thanks, Stephen. And my name is Ouyang from JA Solar, and it's a great honor of mine to share my experience and my colleagues' experience and some insights on technology development. And my presentation will be in 5 parts. The first one is a pivot of modern photovoltaic R&D. When I say pivot, I mean the modern R&D of photovoltaics is significantly different from what we previously experienced before, and I will explain to you why. And then I will go to our module R&D, cell R&D, wafer R&D in a reverse order, interestingly. And then I will make a conclusion on my presentation. The first part. There's many predictions on the market of PV industry development, but I always would like to use the ones that given by scientists and engineers, because we are scientists and engineers. Unlike the ones given by market predictors, we look into the future in a brighter way because we believe if we want to overcome the whatever 1.5 temperature C global warming issue, there is a certain target we have to challenge and we have to achieve. So there's not much, maybe there's a big year or small year, there's a fluctuation up and down on the market, but we believe overall it's gonna be big. And on the left-hand side, we publication published by Science in 2023, and on the right-hand side is IEA in 2023 as well. The key messages I wanted to give was that there shouldn't be any problem in the next 10 years to have a 25% annual growth rate. And by 2030, we should be able to get 600 gigawatt plus new installation. And in terms of the size, accumulated installation has achieved 1 terawatt, a milestone in 2022. And it is predicted to be like 5 terawatt in 2030 when saturated. And it's debatable whether it will actually be saturated over there or not. But anyway, if it is saturated, then the replacement will be more than 3 terawatts per year, which is quite significant. That means when we think about what new technologies we need for the industry, we must be thinking of a few things. Number one is we have to be able to support mass scale production. We face challenges on material scarcity, equipment availability, and different application scenarios. We have to tackle these challenges. And then we have to be very cost effective on materials and land in use. And we have to make sure our PV product is really reliable in order to delay the solar module replacement for a full life cycle management. So these are the 3 key areas I think that's going to be important for the development of new technologies. And then the great pivot is, in my opinion, from watt peak to kilowatt hour. Conventionally, when we say PV R&D, we always focus on nameplate, power rating, and efficiency. But then when we have larger penetration of renewable energy on the market, we realize that effective modern PV R&D will have to focus on creating different values for customers, and extends the scope to lower LCOE, customization, and eventually ESG. So the difference I put in a chart here for comparison. When we talk about high power, nameplate power, we usually think of, we want to make the solar module larger and with the high cell efficiencies. And the low cost means, why don't we use cheaper boom of materials, right? But the modern R&D, we focus on in-field high power with best LCOE. That means it's not only about, but moreover, it's about we have to make sure it's a full day, full season, and all scenario superior power generation. Customization means maybe some customers think, well, LCOE is important, but if my project is in a dusty area, then self-cleaning, that's a critical characteristics of the product. That's what we look into in JA. I'm pretty sure in our other PV manufacturers as well. And if the project is near the airport, for example, then there's a requirement on anti-glare effects. And some for aesthetic reasons, people may like full black or colorful PV. And when it is close to the coastal area, then we need to think about reliability in marine applications. And then it's a reliability and robustness. So that means we want to product something that with ever lower degradation in extended product lifespan. And also it has to be very tolerant to extreme weathers like hailstorm and winds, stuff like that. And the last but not least, we have to think about the ESG. In manufacturing, we want to have low carbon footprint in manufacturing, which means the material in use, the wafer thickness, and whether we can use a low temperature process to replace the high temperature process, stuff like that. And when we design a module, we want to make sure at the end of the life of the solar module, the panels will be easy to recycle. So there's a lot of more stuff to research and development in this industry. Then interestingly, in my opinion, and a lot of research specialists agree with me that we have to design R&D in a reverse order. Conventionally, we think, oh, we want to have a good silicon wafer, then cell, then module and system. But in my opinion, it should be done in a reverse module. Let me explain to you. So the overall target, people buy solar panels, they want to build an effective PV system. That means we want to design for low LCOE. We have to be able to customize for different scenarios. And the modules and the PV system will have to be optimized for inverter and grid connection conditions. That give us a requirement and on the solar module selection. So in order to achieve the requirements on the solar PV system, we want to optimize the module size and mounting, and we want to choose reliable bill of material, and we have to carefully design a cell outlet and the interconnection. And then we have to customize for different working scenarios. Then that's the requirement on a solar module design. Then in order to achieve this solar module design, and we have to think about what solar cells we want to produce. Then we think, okay, we need to have high efficiency solar cell with low CDM loss. And we want to make the solar cell be able to present low degradation on LID, PID, etc. Then that put down the requirement of the solar wafer to optimize to achieve these high efficiency solar cells with low degradation. So actually now in JA Solar, our research in a reverse order, that's what I mean. LCOE, I don't need to explain too much about that. That's the levelized cost of electricity, more important than nameplate power, more and more important. And on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, you will see the PV module takes a big part of the cost structure, which means the better solar module we produce, the better LCOE we will have for the solar farm. And on the right-hand side, you will see that in order to achieve these, we have to have low BOS, balance of system costs, low costs, and high power generation capacity and long-term reliability. That put down the requirement on our solar module R&D. Then I would like to make our latest product, most advanced product, Deep Blue 4.0 Pro as an example. We have very important features built in this design, like SMBB, like 16 BB or even 20 BB, that will minimize the power, the light reflection on the front surface, and will minimize the electrical loss when doing interconnection. That is one important design. And also we designed rectangular wafers with the thinner wafers, 125 micron. That means we, without changing all of the width, no problem with handling, we can have variable length to fit in different applications. And with the high density encapsulation, that means we can put more solar cells in a solar panel, which will make sure we have high power output. And last but not the least, we want to have highly reliable encapsulation materials to make sure that our solar modules can survive in a field for a very long time. So then the one Probably number one important feature other than the power rating is the low degradation. So compare with the P-type counterparty bifacial modules, our modules, N-type modules are significantly better with less than 1% first year degradation. That means we have very good control on LID, LETID, stuff like that. And also annual degradation is much less than 0.4% annual degradation over the 30 years. That means when you build a solar farm, when you purchase a module, this module can generate more power in a much longer time. And one thing I want to highlight is the temperature coefficients. So our module has a very low temperature coefficient. We know it's like people, right? Any materials will age quickly at high temperature. That's the chemistry and the physics behind it. Roughly, if we have 10 degrees of higher temperature on a module, then the degradation mechanism will accelerate by 1 order, which is quite significant. When we design the module, when the module can be at a lower temperature in high temperature environment, that means we can generate more power, and also the module will last much longer in a much better condition. Then on the right-hand side, you will see 2 comparative charts between the N-type modules and P-type modules. Then the dark blue is the light blue is the N-type one. Under the same environmental condition, and the module temperature is much lower, which is also very important. I mean, these things is not necessarily reflected in the nameplate power rating, but is significantly important for the power generation over time. And one thing I want to emphasize is bifacial ratio up to 80%. That's very high. It's almost like you have freebie from the reflection at the back. It's like a free gift you have when you put the solar panel on the roof. Of course, it depends on the ground reflectivity, but also on the high-low latitudes. And in the high latitudes, you have more reflection at the back. But overall, we see quite significant benefits from the rear reflection with the design with the bifacial design. And then in order to achieve this, of course, we ask ourselves what's best the solar cell technologies we have to put on in order to make it happen. And this is a chart, little research I did, and I would always like to show you. It's an interesting story. A little research I did was I compared the PERC market prediction given by ITRPV, International Technology Roadmap of Photovoltaics. That's a very dominating and a roadmap organization and organized, contributed by all the tier 1 manufacturers and major research institutes globally. Then the dot line is the prediction in each year. If we look at the bottom one, in 2015, all the experts said by 2019, the PERC technology will achieve 25% market share. And in 2016, people find we underestimated the dominance of the growth rate of PERC technology, and the experts exchanged the prediction to say, okay, by 2019, maybe the market share will be 32%. And it's kind of iteration and 35%. And in 2018, so no, we significantly underestimated, and the next year will be 50%. But actually, when in 2019, it's 60% market the reality. What I want to say was the key message I want to give is that the market adoption of critical cell technology are almost always being underestimated, even by the experts. So that's really the power of new technology, how they can change the PV market. People always think, oh, technology is important, but actually technology is more important than you think. Then I want to share a little bit on the journey of our solar cell R&D of JA Solar. And our journey in 2007 started with aluminum back-surface fuel cells. And you see that with the new technologies, it's very nice straight line over there. And the dot one is the one in our R&D lab. And the solid line is the one that in a mass production in the market. So you will see that if we take the triangle, for example, the hollow triangle means the PERC cell that we put in R&D back in 2009. And in 2014, we started putting the mass production. And by the time we are actually the first one in the world to produce bifacial PERC modules. And we are one of the first ones to have selective emitter technology implemented in it. And we are also the first one to have gallium doped in the N-type wafer to minimize the light-induced degradation. And you see, interestingly, roughly it takes 5 or 6 years, let's say 5 years, before we have our, that is a gap between the start of our R&D and the start of mass production. So 5 or 6 years, that's the time we need to make something happen. Maybe you think some companies, a bit more aggressive companies, they only put like 2 years in R&D, then they rush to put in the market. But we believe probably 5 years, that's the right timing. If you really want to be responsible for your product, that means you test it a lot and do a lot of reliability tests, and you do a lot of development. That's roughly 5 times. That's the time we have to invest for R&D. Then you, in the beginning it's PERC, then we have TOPCon and HJT, then now it's XPC and the tandem structures with higher and higher efficiency. So the idea is that R&D always have to kick in years ahead, waiting for the call or sometimes no call from the market at the right time. So we always prepare something when the market, when our customers need new products, we will have our product ready to be mass produced. So that's the idea behind it. So this slide is a little bit more technical, just to give you an idea of what do we do and how we make the best solar cells. And here I take the TOPCon solar cells, for example. On the left-hand side, what we usually do is to analyze the lost mechanisms, why we can't achieve the theoretical limits of a solar cell with a certain structure. We will have like the loss, we categorize into different levels, like optical losses, electrical losses, surface recombination, and current transportation, whatever, there's a lot of things. And we do a lot of iteration. You can see from BCM 2.0 to 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0. We try to minimize the loss and push towards the theoretical limit. And on the right-hand side, we want to, this is the spectrum. We want to make most use of the solar, the sunlight shining on the solar cells by squeezing, by making most use of the light. And on the left bottom, that shows how we minimize the surface recombination and reduce the bulk recombination in order to achieve the target we want. So the conclusion was we have to continuously do R&D to minimize losses and enhancing light utilization, such as period optimization, refined metallization SC, boron diffusion, and fine-tuned passivation, etc. So what I'm saying was our customers, they not necessarily need to understand everything behind it, but we in our R&D department, or not only just in JA, right, in overall all the big manufacturers, we try very hard to achieve these kind of good results. So with the mechanism and the mindset in our mind, this is an example of the achievement. What we do. This is a TOPCon cell efficiency and PV trained chart here, and you can see it's going on all the way, but maybe we have up and down a little bit fluctuation, but overall the trend is we always achieve very high higher and higher efficiency on the way, with higher and higher VOC on the way. So that's what we do behind it. So as a result, so this is our latest bisim cells technology in mass production. When we transfer from R&D to mass production, we achieve a 26.4% efficiency with high VOC open circuit voltage as high as 740 millivolts, with a lot of fancy technologies on it, on the front surface, in the middle, at the back, a lot of stuff. I don't want to go to too much details, but there's a lot of things like you can say JA inside. There's a core of what we see on a module. Then we look back into silicon R&D. Particularly when I say bulk recombination, if you remember in the previous slides, that very much dependent on very good silicon we have as a beginning. And actually, this is one of the biggest benefits of JA Solar as a fully integrated solution provider along the way, because we can have a full supply chain optimization and R&D from the wafer, actually ingot pulling all the way down to modules and system. So this, I give you some example how we achieve higher crystalline silicon quality by reducing oxygen contents, ppm. I think it's as low as lower than 10 at this moment in order to achieve high quality wafer. We, in the last 14 years, by implementing advanced technologies, we reduced the oxygen contents by 42%, which is a big milestone and really, really a great foundation for high efficiency cell and module and effective system on the way. And also we also not us, again, not only us, the whole industry moving into larger size wafers in order to increase the yield of the ingots from probably, you know, from the beginning 125 mil all the way down to 182 up there, and now we believe rectangular wafers are the way to go. And by doing so, the monthly unit yield increased by 510% in the last 14 years. And the third one is that we keep putting innovation in our manufacturing processing and equipment. By doing so, we significantly reduce the cost of the wafer. We introduced the new pooling method, diamond wiring method, and continuous pooling furnace, and intelligent factory, and thinner wafers, and with the utilization of the edge. So also by doing so, we reduce the cost of wafer by almost one order. That is play a significant role into the fact that now we can have such cheap solar modules in the market to be used by the homes and utility. So all the R&D efforts are put together for better future of our planet. So by 2023 of Q3, JA Solar accumulatively shipped modules for 166 gigawatts, which equivalent to annual electricity production of almost 216 billion kilowatt hour, which also equivalent to planting 11.6 billion trees and reduction of CO2 emission of 216 million tons. So JA, together with all other R&D colleagues in the world, in the factory, in the research facility, we all work out together very hard to make our planet a better place to live. So that's the end of my presentation. Hope you enjoyed it. I give back to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Dr. Ouyang, for the insights on the advanced technologies and their features. The great growth of solar market needs state-of-the-art technology with necessary cost efficiency. You compare the conventional R&D and the modern R&D. On top of the large scale of manufacturing, JA focused more on the modern methodology in creating value of customers and extends the scope of the lower LCOE, customization, and comply with the ESG initiatives. Also, with the great integration of supply chain from Inga, wafer, cells, and modules, I believe JA will provide the most optimized products to fulfill the variety of customer demands and definitely will strive on the solar market growth path. Thank you again. Now, let's move forward. The upcoming deliberation will be focused on global solar PV demand trend in 2024. And to deliver this, I would like to invite Holly Hu, Principal Research Analyst at S&P Global. Holly Hu.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Do you share your slide?
The slides cannot be shared because I'm not the that is not be shared. Give me a second. Sorry for that.
Hi, Ms. Hu.
Yes.
Can you please share your PPT slide?
Okay. Okay, now it's fine. I will put my PPT into the presentation mode. Just give me a second. How about now? Can you see my screen?
No, it's good.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Jay, for inviting me to join this webinar. My topic today is about the global solar PV demand trend in 2024. And my name is Holly Hu, and the principal analyst from the S&P Global Commodity Insight. My presentation will quite simple with the contents on these three parts. The first one is give the 2024 micro trend is the election year for 2024, and this big things will be impact with the global political change. Also, energy policy will be the key the impact things in 2024, and so brings uncertainty for 2024 actually, but in the clean energy technology side, we still believe this world is much more, have more opportunities coming to 2024. Then the final part, I will give more details on how we look at the global demand in 2024 and what's the key market performance in this year. Yeah, like I mentioned I mentioned in the first part is the 2024, the election year. So basic on the magazine called the Economics, they mentioned in 2024, nearly half of the population in 2024 will goes to the elections, like India, US, UK, and Mexico. Some big countries will have for their elections in 2024. So global themes will be largely impact with what was going on for the next few years, the policy, especially for the energy policy in the future. So like US, as we know, they already published the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022. But after the election, is that the policy have some changes or have some uncertainty for their the ITC or PTC policy will be uncertain in this year. And also the India, as we know, India become the #3 global solar market in past few years, but their trading policies also is unpredictable, especially in this year. We know in the early Q1, we are always considering the ALMM policy, is that will be re-effect again, or there's still be the challenges for the shipments to Indian market. So 2024 is an uncertainty market right now for all the economics. But we go to the clean energy tech trends. We published the 2024's top 10 clean energy tech in the early this year. And firstly, the summarize of the trend is clean energy technology investment still big growth. I saw the previous speaker already mentioned the speed of the clean energy investment still grows quite significant growth in the past year, and we still think the growth will keep momentum in the future from 2024 to 2030. So we believe the total clean energy technology investment from the assets level still increase from 800 billion in 2024 to 1 trillion for 2030. But the thing is similar like the solar technologies roadmap, we always underestimate for the growth of renewable investment, because like solar, wind, and other technologies is always have more strength to growth their momentums. And also the cost level decline, I mean the average capex decline is also the main drivers to make the clean energy become more important in the future. So the average capex decrease another 50 to 20% definitely. And also if we considering the solar is the faster growth, faster decline with the capex, especially since from last year to 2024, with the technology advance increasing the efficiencies, the cost of the energy technology also decreased a lot. In addition, we saw the players in the supply chain have more care about decarbonization and also changing their product strategies into the low carbon products. That's including the supply chain players, because like the key market in Europe, they already announced some carbon emissions carbon tax requires. So how to define as a low carbon players is more important for the future competitions. And also with the oversupply situation in solar and energy storage, the pricing war is becoming quite competition is quite fierce in 2024. So it's keeping the price, the ASP is much lower. But regarding with the demand have a rebound in 2024, we still think the price will be stabilized in the second half, and with more players, with leading players, they have a more better position in this market. And also, we saw a lot of discussion regarding with the COP28, because that's the first time the national become uniform with one of a conclusion for the renewable capacity target. So in last year, by the end of last year, the COP28 was held, and the pledge goes to the renewable sector is triple the renewable capacity, at least 11 gigawatts renewable in the 2030s. So that's a map from our power team to estimate how much we can in the global level to add in the renewable capacity in the 2030s. So from the right hand side, we are defined different key countries and regions to their 2030s renewable capacity levels. So basically, China will leading this renewable capacity adding. So even for China with high speed solar and wind to add into the capacity, we still only have 2.5% of 2.5 times of renewable adding by 2030s. But the global one is around 2 times. 2.1 times, and we are power team also forecast like till 2033 the world can be reached the triple renewable capacities, and also with the Middle East and Africa country, they can be they have accelerate renewable capacity easily because their base is low. So the faster to nearly to triple of renewable capacities from this new emerging markets like Africa and Middle East. But for the key region in the solar world like European and US, they still like 2 times of capacity adding for the renewables. So in this time we see, so after we are considering the timing for reaching the renewable capacity tripled globally, the reason to have the bottleneck to reach this target, we also listed in the right hand side. The first one is they still have some challenge with the timeline and also with the permitting for the renewable coming onto the market. The other thing is for the great construction and to accelerate this renewable become part of the power generation. And also with the unstable power generation for the renewables, they need more flexible capacity to add in, like energy storage and also the hydrogen pumping water, pumping hydros, etc. for accelerate this renewable or accomplish with the triple of the renewable capacity getting to the world by 2030s. Okay, then we move detail on the solar market demand outlook. Yeah, as we usually to have the global solar installation by key countries, regions, and also the key types of solar installation annually per year. And actually, yes, like the previously mentioned, the solar demand is always, we always underestimate the solar demand in the year earlier. And so we look back to the year end, and we always underestimate of that year's solar installations, such as 2023. We know 2021, 2022 with the key market still on the COVID impact, and also with the supply chain issues happening in past 2 years, the solar demand growth is drive surgically to the nearly 70% in 2023 due to the key market like China China mainland is dominant the market shares in 2023. And yeah, at beginning, we're in 2023, we are forecasting like over 50% of growth in 2023, but the market demand always out than our expectation, a better performance than our expectation. So in 2023, we are forecasting like 450 gigawatts solar adding to the world. And furthermore, in 2024, we are believing at least 20% growth in 2024 this year, and with the installation level over 500. I think it's mostly like a 520 to 30 gigawatts level in 2024, and from the shipment level, module shipment level could be reach 600. So it's still a big growth in the solar market, and for the future, we still think the key market will be dominant the solar installation, but we still see a lot of diversified market demand in the world as well. So regarding with the top 10 market shares in 2023, definitely China owns more than 55% of market shares in the global annual installations, followed by US, India, Brazil, Germany, the key Asian developed countries like Japan and Australia, and also the key countries in the Europe. And in 2024, this Chinese share definitely will be reduced a little bit, but the top 3 countries still US and China, US, and India. Furthermore, we are thinking another type of statistics is the gigawatts level of annual gigawatts level of installation per country's number. Like in 2021, there's only 80 countries have gigawatt installations, but in 2024, we already think this number will be doubled to 36 countries will be the gigawatts level of installations per year. And also from the last year, I think a lot of people will feel that a lot of the new market coming to quite attractive with the solar PV installations, like the Middle East, some Africa countries, and also Central Asia countries. They all quite engage with more solar PV installations from last year to this year. The one reason behind that is we still have a quite attractive the cost level decline, because since second half of 2023, we saw the module ASPs sharply decline, and that will gives more profitability to the utility scale of the market to driverless demand coming back to the higher module price since 2021 to 2022. And another story is we also including a lot of financial costs forecast is being reduced in 2024. So like in US and Europe, the interest rates will be impacted with some demand coming online in the past few years. But 2024, the still have the estimations say the interest rate could be a little bit lower, and that will be also generate more demands coming to those key regions, key markets in 2024. And also with the foreign exchange rate stabilizing like Latin America and other emerging market, that brings solar also quite interesting or quite attractive into the to the demand side. Okay, as we mentioned, China is the biggest solar market since 2030 actually. So we give more snapshot on our own domestic market growth in the past decades. So actually, China starts with the PV policy, especially for the feed-in tariff policy coming online is 2030, and that's the key drivers for the Chinese market become quite the biggest one installations in the world. And from the map, from the chart, we illustrate the number from the NEA, and in the right-hand side is the annually connection numbers by different types, residential, commercial, and utility scale. And the right-hand side is the share of this demand breakdown. So it's obviously here 2023, we already adding the connection solar reached 609 gigawatts AC, and in 2023, 1 year we already added like 216. So it's quite a stronger market in the world, and also the demand side of segmentation is quite gradually changed. The first 5 years we saw the most of our solar build or mainly into the utility scale. So utility scale in the past early 2012 to 2016 already reached like 90% of the China's demand, but afterwards we are raising up the demand in the DPV, especially in the 2018, and that year we know China dramatically changed the policy for the utility scale to have the limitations for the utility scale's quota, and that's why that year's demand shares is moving more into the DPV. But since 2021, the demand also have some difference into the segmentations, because the residential market's booming quickly in this 2 or 3 years, and with more shares than 1/3 in the past 2 years since 2021. And 2030, as I mentioned earlier, is kind of pushing the past 2 years utility scale demand into 1 year, because in 2021, 2022, we still under the pandemic effect, so a few projects are not being connected, and also another reason is higher module costs in the module ASPs in the past 2 or 3 years, and limitates the demand from the utility scale. But 2023, with the first mega solar projects need to be online, so that's also pushing the deadline, with the deadline push, and also drivers the Chinese utility scale demand quickly installed in the 2023. So we give a quick snapshot for the Chinese positioning in the global solar market. Here, the 2023, we are installed like 42% of cumulative solar in China, in only China mainland. And 50 of them, the globally 50 of the utility scale solar was in China. And if we using the NEA's definition for residential system, with nearly 60% of the global residential system was adding into China, and 23% of CI market shares of China. So it's definitely our own domestic market is not only dominate in the supply chain, and also the demand side. We also see quite a good performance in the past decades. We are already achieve this quickly growth, and also with the quite stronger performance in the PV demand market. So we give a quick outlook for, not outlook, but the monthly connection number from last 3 years, and And in the middle of this week, the NEA also released the first 2 months of 2024's connection number. It's another 36.72 gigawatts AC solar was added into the grid in the first 2 months in 2024. So give 80% of year-on-year growth compared with the same period in the 2023. So we saw this crazy solar adding to the market in China this year. So after we already achieved like 150% of year-on-year growth in 2023, the market still have the momentum to add in more solar into the power system. And if we go to the details with the kind of Chinese targets, and in 2025 we are target like now fossil fuel energy mix is around 25%, and also if we are considering the total power generation from the wind and solar, target is like 1,046 terawatt hours, and since last year, 2023, we already adding like 609 more solar into the power mix, and also we produce like 6.5% of power generation by 2023, and for wind and solar, the power generation mix already achieved like 50.8%. So regarding with this target, we already achieving the total power generation target for the 2025, and also the with the power capacity one also increasing quickly than target expected. So in the segments details, we also break down to the residential, commercial, and utility scale. So firstly, we go to the residential solar markets in tier 2023, and we already have like over 160 gigawatts residential solar connected into the China market. And actually, this market was only start from 2019, because at that year we have separate the subsidies and also the budget for the residential market. That's drivers this segment demand surge from the 2019, and you will see total 5.3 gigawatts residential demand adding to that year, and also the accelerate of growth in 2020 and 2021, those 2 years, was nearly doubled, every year doubled size of the market. And here 2023, we 1 year adding like 43.5 residential system into the market. So we have a quite stronger residential market in the past 5 years, and grows the total our residential system to the 116 gigawatts level. But our residential market is quite significant and also quite different with other countries' residential market. The first one is our high concentration ratio for the key province level market. Like top 5, top 10 markets already have like top 3 market like Shandong, Hebei, Henan. The three top province reached like more than 75% in the early in the 2019 to 2021, and top 10 market, the shares always above nearly average like 90% of the total residential market in China. So this residential market is quite concentrated in the key province, and also with the second tier of province level increasing in 2022, the market swift from the top 3 and to top 10 markets. And also the competition in this market also quite significant. because we already, since 2022, we don't have any more subsidies into the segments. So the market is quite driven by the competitions, the more residential developers and also the different types of the business model will drive this market. So we saw after 2023, the market become more difficult to increase in much more volume in this segment. But we saw the tier 2 province still have the potential for growth, and also the business model will change in the dynamic of this market demand. So since 2024, we saw this market can be under pressures with the quickly pricing decline, and also with the leading markets, the penetration rate too high, and the policy changes in those top 3 markets. And then we move to the CI sector. CI sector, actually, we have the demand policy quite earlier than the residential. Remember, in 2009, we already raising up with the Golden Sun program, and that program is give directly subsidies to the rooftop CI sectors solar installation with the RMB per watt subsidies to those rooftop solar installations. But this market actually, before 2019, only 40 gigawatts level, but is quite accelerate demand since 2022. You will see the annual growth rate in 2022 reach like 3 times from 2021, and that's the reason behind that is the better profit margin for the CI sector since 2022, because in end of 2021 we have the CI sector's tariff raising up with the ceiling 20% of growth of tariff in the CI sector. That gives more profitability to the CI solar installations. And also the markets, the province market is quite aligned with the key regional, key economic growth region in China, like Zhejiang, Jiangsu, Shandong, Guangdong, Anhui is the key province located in the coast side of China with higher GDP growth and the volumes in the CI sector, and gives more demand potential for those province to adding the solar installations in this province. And also we goes to the utility scale to see how this segments grows in the past few years. By 2023, by end of 2023, we already add 354 gigawatts utility scale of solar in China, and this market is quite driven by the policy and also quite driven by the land, also with the capex into this demand. So actually this market was quite stronger since in 2070 because of the policy goes to you build first and get the feed-in tariff earlier, and that's driven a lot of demand to move into the northwestern province to build in a lot of a huge amount of ground mount system into those key province. But the market was nearly the demand of utility scale is a little bit under pressures when the policy on the May 31st of 2018 released, the market demand was shrinked here 2019. And 2023 is another remarkable year for utility scale. The first one we mentioned in past 2 years, in 2021 and 2022, the demand was a little bit delayed or impacted by the system cost So even though we announced the first mega renewable base in end of 2021, they planning to start to build up since 2022, but we saw most of mega solar renewable base was start or finish the connection in 2023, and that's why the demand is pushing to 120 gigawatts level in the 2023, and drives 2023 the demand segments also changes a lot compared with past 2 years. And for China demand, we also want to mention this huge amount of market still plays a lot of important roles in the global solar installations. And we are forecasting from 2024, the market still have over 220 gigawatts level installations in this year. And we're still keeping the demand momentum in this market because it's quite big and huge markets in the world, and the stabilize of this market is quite important for the global installations forecast. So we still think the Chinese market will keep this momentum and have the installations in the next future years. And then we move to the second largest of market and also quite important renewable market, Europe. Actually, in early this year, in February this year, the European have a discussion for the new targets for 2040, because we know in European countries, they released the 2020, 2030, and 2050s targets since 2020s. So Fit for 55 is their target for 2030s, and in early this year they are adding the 2040s targets is Fit for 90. The information is here is by 2040s. The European country will cut the emission by 20% compared with the 1990s levels of carbon emissions. So that's quite increasing the targets. And also, if we break down into different segments, the first one goes to the power sector, because the power generation is the biggest shares of the emissions. So they will planning to add totally 300 gigawatts of renewable in European market, and also compared with 2023's level is tripled. Like actually, it's the COP28's 2030s targets, yeah, and they're like producing 81 to 87% of their total power generation from the renewables. And also they adding the renewable hydrogen into this market to have the impact to reducing the carbon emissions. Also the carbon market, how the carbon storage and remove is another big topic into their 2040s plan. So the European market is still the key region of key markets to bring renewable coming to the more into the market. And for the solar side, European market is quite a typical distribution market, because the solar installation have higher shares in the distribution segments, DPV segments. Like in earlier the shares of this market reached like 60 to 70% and maintain like more than 60% of those market installation was coming from the DG. And key markets in this region is Germany, Spain, Netherlands, Italy, and Poland. So the key markets for the distribution solar is from the European market. And also the shares of demand is also impacted with their power price. If we remember in 2022 with the Russian-Ukraine crisis coming, the European market become quite attractive with the solar plus storage demand coming online, because at that time the wholesale power price is increasing quite significant in the European market. That's why driven the demand for this market is quite much stronger than others. So the market still be dominated by DPV, but also in this year and in the future 3 years, we saw some demand growth into the utility scale as well, especially from the Spain solar market.
Hi, sorry, Miss Holly.
Yeah.
Because of the tight schedule, could you please make it quicker?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
Sorry.
much.
Okay. And the final one goes to a little bit about USA, and this market is also quite important with the utility market. They have a quite stronger pipeline in the utility scale with the ITC policy coming online, extend the ITC's period to 2033, and drivers a lot of key status to bring more utility pipeline into the market. But the 2024 is uncertainty year for US market, because the module import, how they deal with the anti-dumping and the attitude for the Southeast Asian module import will be impacted with the volume of the market. So in 2024, we are forecasting like over 43 gigawatts of installation in US. And another quite important market is Brazil, and Brazil grows quickly since 2021 with their DG market is quite attractive with the lower module price, and also with the policy change in the future, we saw this market decline a little bit, but DPV still have like more than 51% of total their demand. And also brings a little bit about the export for the Chinese module. In tier 2023, we annually shipment for the module reached 194 gigawatts level, and not including the Southeast Asia module players to ship to the US, and also another like First Solar have the internal thin film export. So definitely the total overseas module shipment level in 2023 already nearly 250 gigawatts level. And if we adding the Chinese local shipment module capacity, that's over another 250. So in 2023, we're like sum up with the nearly 500 module shipment in globally. And 2024, we still think the demand increase, and with more than 500 gigawatts installations and like 600 module shipment in 2024. And also with the technology roadmap changes, the N-type products will be more aggressively to take the shares for the PERC, and that's drivers the new types of capacity coming online, especially since second half of 2023, and 2024 will be dominant into the market technology type. So We saw a lot of challenges or uncertainty in 2024, but we still believe the solar market will be stronger or keep quite stronger momentum in the future development. Thank you.
Hi, Stephen. You mute your microphone. Please turn on that.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hu, for the comprehensive analysis on such an important topic. The election year in 2024 will form a great uncertainty on solar market with potential change of government policy toward renewable energy. Fortunately, despite the uncertain environment, the investment into clean tech will remain robust in 2024. With the preliminary Gen and Fab data from China, we are already seeing great momentum, and it most likely will maintain for the rest of the year. We are confident that your outlook analysis will be of great help to all our participants at the summit today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving into the section of the first panel discussion. The topic is Prospects and Trends, Opportunities and Challenges in PV Market 2024, which will be moderated by Yin Yuxia, Team Leader, Energy Country Office China at German International Cooperation Agency. Ms. Ying, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. For an introduction. Right. And general impact and trends, opportunities and challenges in PV market 2024. I'm very honored to. Sorry, can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Someone give me a
Hi,
sign.
Marcus. Please turn on your camera. Thank you. Hi, Miss Ying. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Please go on.
Great. Great. Also, I'm very honored to moderate the session today. As we all know, or we heard from the last experts in the presentation session, solar PV has emerged as a major player in the renewable energy world, accounting for 3/4 of renewable energy capacity additions in last year all around the world. Solar PV has become a key contributor to the global energy transition. But in fact, many nations have recently adjusted their emission reduction targets and policies, which will have a significant impact on the future of the PV industry. During our discussion today, we will delve into the prospects and challenges which the solar PV industry are facing in light of this recent developments. Today, we have gathered here 3 distinguished guests, each representing different regions and solar PV industries, and they will share their valuable experience and insights. And now, please allow me to introduce them. Tony Zhu, Vice President of JA Solar. Tony, welcome you. Christian Cecchini, Technical Regulatory Specialist at AB Solar. Hi, Christian, are you here? Great. AB Solar is the Association of Solar Industry in Brazil. I'm very looking forward to your insights. And then we have Dr. Isabel Melam. Are you here? Yes, welcome. Isabel is the CEO of South America Photovoltaic Industry Association. Welcome. And then we have Sonia Dunlop, who is the CEO of the Global Solar Council. Hi, Sonia, welcome. And then we have Bartosz Mayaski. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. If
That's
it's
way
wrong,
better than
please
my
forgive me.
Chinese. So yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Bartosz is the CEO at Mello Electric. Welcome you. And last but not least, we have Markus Schroff, who is the CEO at Fast Energy. Welcome, Markus. Are you here?
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome all of you. I kindly ask all panelists to keep your camera on throughout our discussion if the internet connection allows. So let's start. My first question is directed to the three representatives of the associations. How do you foresee the prospects and trends in the PV industry in your region in 2024, which is a big question? And Christian, may I ask you go first with Brazil?
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation on behalf of AB Solar. It's a pleasure to meet you. And for Brazil, we have almost 17% of the matrix as installed capacity on photovoltaics. And we estimate to grow to 2024 about 90 gigas. But on the first 3 months, we almost increased the 3 gigas. So we are expecting very enthusiastic with the increasing of the capacity. And for 2050, it's supposed to be forecast 32% on the matrix about photovoltaics. So we have a huge path and a long way to go. And
hi, Christian.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please speak a little bit loudly?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
And we are discussing here mostly the trends for new laws to increase the demand on photovoltaics. And we have a regulation mark on green hydrogen that can increase the evolution of the photovoltaics also. So we have these prospects to go. And the huge bottleneck that we have is the transmission line. So our consume centers are far away from where we have the biggest installation. So this is our most difficulties to handle. And on the GD sector, we have a trend that is expected to be stimulate some benefits on the GD sector. So now we are terminating the subsidies for the GD sector, and we are expecting to have, on the other hand, these costs and benefits priced, so we can change the subsidies. So this is how we are working on 2024.
Christian, have you already done with your part?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your information. And I think we are facing the same situation also here, the role of green hydrogen and also the transmission grid. Thank you very much for your information. And then let's go with the next experts, Isabel. How about the situation in South Africa?
Good morning, good day, and good evening to everyone. And thank you very much for inviting us to this third Global PV Summit. I represent the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association, North South America. We are the voice of solar PV in South Africa, and we represent about 800 companies that operate across the entire solar PV value chain. So solar industry is quite exciting in South Africa, and it's increasingly playing a significant role in its power mix. We estimate that our contribution to the solar, to the entire electricity or the power mix in South Africa is about 5%, and possibly will go up to about 10% by 2030. We estimate that currently we have about 8 gigawatts of installed capacity. I know it's small numbers compared to China and Europe, but it is growing quite rapidly. And about 2.4 gigawatts of that 8 gigawatts was procured through the government procurement program, but about 5 gigawatts is really driven by the residential, commercial and industrial markets, and it's growing quite rapidly. Just to give you a sense of how quickly we're growing, we saw about 3 gigawatts of capacity installed in 2023 alone. And we estimate that in 2024, the current year, the installation will reach about 5 gigawatts. And in up to 2030, we estimate that we will see between 3 to 4 gigawatts of installed capacity every year. And this will be across all market segments, being residential, commercial industry, as well as the utility market. So whilst the utility market had in the past been dominated by the public sector procurement initiative or program, we're seeing a lot of participation, increased participation by the private sector, and that has been enabled by various regulatory reform that government has introduced in the past couple of years. So yeah, I think our sector is going to be very interesting in the future. Some of the trends that we are seeing, especially at residential level or market segment, is that most of those installations are hybrid in nature. They are a combination of solar PV and battery storage. When we talk to our banking members, they tell us that almost 90% of applications for solar PV systems is really hybrid systems. So we're seeing a combination of PV and battery growing quite prevalently in the residential market. There are already examples of utility scale projects that combine both PV and battery storage. And in fact, one is launching in the next couple of weeks. What we also, one of the key drivers maybe as a last point has been our the challenges that our power utility has faced in the past couple of years, really, which has led to a very limited ability to meet the increasing demand of electricity, which has led into rolling blackouts or scheduled power cuts, which range from anything from 2 hours to 12 hours in bad situations. So that has catalyzed the market, and that's why we're seeing these rapidly growing numbers. So can confidently say South Africa is a gigawatt market for solar PV, and we do hope that we begin to see it on the S&P because it's really one of the significant markets. And not just only South Africa, we're seeing increased capacity in the continent. We know that we have 40% of solar global resources are in the continent of Africa, but currently we only have 1% installed capacity. And if we are to triple the renewable energy contribution by 2030, we need to pay attention to the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. It's very encouraging what you shared with us about the situation in South Africa. Thank you so much. Sonia, I would like to ask you, I'm sorry? Sonia, yes. I know you're focusing in Europe. Could you please share some insights about the PV industry in Europe?
Yes, certainly. So my name is Sonia Dunlop, or Deng Soni is my Chinese name, and I represent the Global Solar Council. So we are the World Solar PV Industry Association, representing the whole of the PV value chain, polysilicon refining, manufacturing, project development, everything from every region of the world. So we represent the Chinese industry, the Indian industry, the American industry, and the European industry. I am based in London, in Europe, and I work closely with my European partners. But we very much try and unite the whole of the global solar industry, manufacturing and project development at global level. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. What I can say in terms of the global market is that deployment is very strong in solar PV all over the world. And indeed, the outlook for PV is much stronger than for other renewables. And I think that is something to note. We use the global market outlook forecasts, and we predict that between now and 2030, that by 2030, we will see a 1.5 terawatt global market with a total installed capacity in the high scenario of 8 terawatts, almost 8 terawatts of total installed capacity at global level by 2030, by the end of the decade. To translate that, that is 25 billion solar panels installed in total all over the world by the end of the decade. And that is our target as the Global Solar Council. In terms of which are the major markets, so of course China is forecasted to be by far the biggest market in the world, then the US, then India, and then some of the European markets like Germany and Spain. In terms, you asked about the European markets, I can tell you that our forecast between now and the next 3 years is that the biggest European markets will be Germany, Spain, Poland, and Italy, and the Netherlands. The Netherlands is now a country that has more solar panels than it has people. I'm happy to say a bit more about some of the challenges that are still facing the global solar PV industry in Europe, in China, in Africa, and beyond. Christian de Souza mentioned the grid challenges in Brazil. So we have definitely identified that as a challenge that we need to be working on at global level. Ratabile from South Africa duly pointed out that, of course, we are seeing a trend at global level as well for solar and storage to be installed together. And we're seeing, huge growth in PV in many different markets around the world, and huge growth in Europe as well in response to the Russia-Ukraine war and the increases in energy prices. I'll leave it for there, and I'm happy to say more about the challenges later on. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you so much for all three of you. I think your positive attitude or the positive forecast from all your regions are very encouraging us. And then we go to the next one. I would like to discuss with you more about the current policies and regulations for the PV industry, especially those have been or expected to be in place by 2024 in your regions. Bartosz, I'd like to ask you to share your insights on the European perspective first.
So maybe to give a little bit of context, I currently run Menlo Electric. We are a distributor that is active across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, including South Africa. So it's a pleasure to make this connection here as well. Now, we've been running sales in more than 40 markets. I also previously was a COO at a residential and CNI installation company in Poland. And the reason why I'm giving this introduction is that we've been witnessing changes and the impact of those changes to regulatory schemes across many, many markets. And if there is one thing that I would love to see implemented is actually not any particular scheme of support, it would be stability to the systems. Because what we've witnessed in many, many markets is situations in which the market is going boom, and it is booming for several, 2, 3, 4 years. A whole industry is being built, as it was, for example, in Poland. So Polish residential market grew from 30,000 households per year to 400,000 households per year in a span of 2 years. 100,000 people were employed in this industry. And then within 2 quarters, the industry collapsed and shrank by 60% because of the changes in the regulatory scheme. So neither phase is particularly healthy for PV, by the way, right? The boom is not particularly healthy because then many companies are emerging, and even if they're not qualified, they carry out installations, and that creates risks, and it creates also potential bad mouth and negative PR around PV industry if there are any accidents, if there are any fire hazards because of that. Neither the best, because when the companies go out of business, there is a lot of negative word of mouth as well. People are getting into unemployment and this creates negative atmosphere, negative mood around PV industry. Poland is by no means an exception. We witnessed the same thing in the Netherlands late last year. We witnessed a similar thing in Vietnam, I think 2 years ago, when the country was scrambling to install PV installations by the end of 2022. I remember, I think 8 gigawatts was deployed in a single month back then. And then there was a bust. It's not healthy, it's not good for the business, it's very difficult to work on long-term projects, it's difficult to work on innovative business models, it's difficult to implement innovative components or solutions if you're not sure you're going to be still in the business 12 months from now. So again, I'm not going to be advocating for any particular scheme. What I can advocate for is for more stability. Of course, there are ways to manage it, but it's just difficult. You know, you can go international. That was our solution. So we saw what was happening in any given market. We went international as Menlo Electric. And because of this, when Poland was slowing down, Romania picked up. When Romania slowed down, Germany picked up. So we were able to ride those waves, but any company that doesn't have the potential or the means to go international is just at the mercy of political choices and can go from being very successful into being essentially out of business in a matter of a couple of months.
Yeah, Bartosz, I can't agree more with you. And the policy stability and also the continuity of the policies regulations are so important for, I think, every industry. Yeah, thank you. And then we go next with Marcus. How about the new policies and regulations in the Middle East countries? Can you share some information with us?
Thank you very much. Yes, of course. And first of all, before I comment on this one, I again also totally disagree with Bartosz and what he says. Policy stability is of utmost importance, and I think that is something that needs to be addressed on a global level. I myself have been developing projects in all across the world for many years now, and the lack of stability and reliability was really an issue. And yeah, I agree also with Bartosz about the fact that it's true if you are in the lucky position that you have a global portfolio, you can move from region to region or country to country. That makes it easy, that's true. But not everyone in the industry is lucky to have that situation. So this is really something that needs to be worked on a global level. More specifically from our side, being mindful of the time, I'm not talking much about fast energy, just that we are a developer and IPP investor into renewable projects in EMEA and APAC with a focus on C&I, behind the meter and before the meter, as a matter of fact. But yeah, for Saudi Arabia, we are possibly I would say, somewhat new kid on the block. Most of the business here in renewables has been done via large tender procurement through government authorities. As you know, we have roughly, I think, more or less 10 gigawatts in operation nowadays in terms of large utility scale projects. Not so much on the C&I sector, even though we have recently had a new regulation that enables C&I under self-consumption net billing scheme in Saudi Arabia. And we believe here that this regulation for C&I is absolutely paramount to achieve the very ambitious goals of Saudi Arabia. You might have heard most recently the Ministry of Energy has announced that our capacity targets for 2030 are 130 gigawatts. So we're going to add 20 gigawatts of capacity per year over the next few years. I'm sure that we achieve this. I think Saudi Arabia has shown in the past that whatever they wanted to achieve, they have achieved. But C&I is a very, very important part of that. I think we can look at I think at least 10% of that annual capacity will come through C&I business. And what we need for this is a more solid net metering regulation. That is very important for us. That is something that obviously is here to a certain degree, but it is not really fully developed. We're looking at our neighbors in the UAE and Dubai, most notably, where we have a very experienced, a very long-standing 6-7 years now net metering program. And I would hope very much that here in Saudi Arabia, we're going to see something that will remove the limitations, capacity limitations, and enable us to drive growth in the sector as much as in the neighboring countries.
Thank you, Marcus, for sharing the very important information with us. Tony Zhu, you are in charge of the global market for GE Solar. And from a global and business perspective, what policies and regulations do you think can promote the development of the P4, PV and solar industry? Can you share some insights with us?
Thank you, hostess. Thank you, all the guests. Yeah, definitely we're thinking in a very stable or much more stable, the policy will be definitely being supportive in terms of for the development of the solar. We do see that, as I share the same opinion with the CEO from Menlo, so Mr. Bartos. So actually, we have been working, in different region with the booms and recessions about the solar. But we do see the recent trend that each of government has been committing long term about the solar, and since the solar become a significant part of their grid connections. Definitely we need some of the stable policies, which not only in the solar, but in the state grid levels and even the industrial guidance levels of each of the country to be adopted more renewable energy or solar in terms of the systems and involving more into the new environment.
Thank you, Tony. I think we share the common understanding about policies and regulations we need for the PV industry all over the world. I hope our voice today or our policy recommendations could be heard by the policy decision makers. So I go further with the next question is about what do you believe are the most important opportunities or the critical challenges we are facing in the global PV industry market in 2024. I think some experts in the previous sharing, you have mentioned some challenges. I would like to go with you more deeper about the challenge and opportunities. And Christian, I would like to ask you to go first.
Okay. I think one problem that we are starting to have here, and I think globally affected, is how to, as photovoltaics becomes bigger, it starts to share the market with other big sources. So it also starts to have to be attacked by the other sources. So as a variable generation technology. So here we are starting to develop some issues about how to deal with the variable generation. So implementing photovoltaics with armazenation batteries. So we are expecting an auction on August to be the first one that permits renewable source to enter as a hybrid power generator with batteries. So I think this must occur all over the globe. So is this deal is important for I think the photovoltaics is to offer manners to enter on their grid, not as a variable source of energy, but as a reliable one. So I think it's the most important thing on 2024 for us. And on the residential, I think it's also with the use of the batteries is starting to grow because of we have a regulation here that we can't have a inversion of the flux of power fluctuation. So we are starting to have limitations on the net metering system. So we are starting to use batteries to deal with this also. So I think this is the main thing to put the eyes on.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, we have to solve the problem with people or wind energy, the viable generation, but there is already a lot of technical solutions, and I hope we can get more insights or suggestions also from other experts. Isabel, can you also share some opinion with us?
For maybe let me start with good news, which are the opportunities. I think I've already alluded to the fact that not just South Africa, but Africa in general has some of the world's best solar PV resources. And I think this gives us an opportunity to explore new frontiers. A lot has been spoken already about green hydrogen, so we are really a great market in South Africa and the continent for green hydrogen development. But also we have, I think, the world's biggest population that still do not have access to modern energy, electricity specifically. We're talking about over 1 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa that are still not served. In addition, we do have a growing middle class, so that increases the demand for energy in general. And we think solar PV is well poised to address that, that increased demand. I think also the other issue that I want to point out is that there is an opportunity for various business models. Solar PV is a really democratizing technology. You can deploy it at a wattage level, at watts, and really that's what some people actually need, watts to megawatts, right? And then the in-betweens, kilowatts. And therefore, there is a huge opportunity for different business model, for financial instruments that can address the needs of the energy needs of some of the marginalized, but also the affluent community. So there are really ample opportunities. In terms of the challenges, I think the issues of grid connection and flexibility have already been spoken about. To manage the variability of solar PV and other renewable energy sources, higher incorporation of storage. I don't think it's a challenge, but it's something that needs to be promoted. But lastly, issues around stable regulations. And I don't want to steal any thunder from my colleagues who have articulated the need for stable regulatory environment, which is absolutely critical for these industries to grow and to avoid peaks and dips, because that totally destabilizes the socio-economic or the economic development agenda of countries. And I think especially South Africa and Africa would really not benefit from fluctuation in policy stances. So yeah, I'll leave it there, Madam Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you for the sharing with us. I think we are facing the similar challenge, and we can also share our best practice with each other as a solution for the other regions or countries. Thank you. Sonia, I would like to ask you to share some insights from your side.
Absolutely. So here at the Global Solar Council, we have both association members such as SAPVIA from South Africa, such as AB Solar from Brazil, and we also have company members such as Trina Solar, and GCL, and SMA, and many others as well. That we really have identified 3 main challenges at global level to the deployment of solar PV. They are finance, grid, and skills and training standardization. On finance, we are working to bring down the cost of finance for PV and PV plus storage all over the world, including in the least developed countries, to make sure that no country is left behind in the global solar transition. And we are working to engage with the private financial investors here in London, where I am, in New York, in Tokyo, and elsewhere, and with the public banks, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, to make sure that it is as easy as possible for them to put their money into solar projects, large and small, and that they are supporting the rollout of solar in every country in the world. Then on grid, we are working to pull together a big coalition of actors from across the renewables and grid space to encourage governments at COP30 in Brazil, in Belém, because Christian will be coming to visit you in Brazil next year. To encourage them to really prioritize the integration of renewables into the grid and finding solutions to the grid congestion and grid delays challenge that is holding back so many solar projects around the world at transmission level and at distribution level. And we want all 190 countries to commit to mandating their grid operators to make finding solutions to this a priority, which can involve building new short and long distance grid interconnectors, but can also involve the deployment of more storage, of flexible time of use pricing, and of different electricity market design and priority dispatch. And then finally, we have launched the Solar Training Standardization Initiative to work to establish at global level standards in terms of what training should look like for solar technicians around the world, so that every investor, every project developer, every EPC can use those same standards so that we are not duplicating each other inside every company. And we can copy the very successful framework that has been used in the wind industry to reduce the cost of doing business in solar and reduce transaction costs. And we are looking for companies and organizations to join us in this initiative, to sponsor us, to make sure your technical requirements are in these global solar training standard modules, so that we can then roll this out to a network of 500-600 training centers around the world and make it easier to do business in solar. So this is what we are doing as the Global Solar Council, and we are very keen for everyone to join us in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. This is so very inspiring, and what you have done is exactly what we need in all over the world in different countries. Thank you. I wish I could cooperate with you in the future. Thank you so much. Yes, I understand we are facing a similar challenge, and we have a huge opportunity in different regions, maybe all over the world. In light of this, we should collaborate and we should change, we should build a platform for peer-to-peer learning maybe. So my next question is about collaboration. How do you collaborate with the industry partners to drive market growth, to drive innovation and adoption of solar energy worldwide? I would like to go first with Bartosz. Can you please share your opinion or experience with us first?
Sure, and maybe let me tie up with the previous question regarding the challenges in the industry by mentioning one that was not mentioned by my predecessors, and that is the reshuffle that we're going to be facing in the supply chain. With the falling prices of modules, with the falling prices of batteries, we will see first off a reshuffle among the manufacturers. When I traveled to China mid last year, there seemed to be a very common expectation that this overcapacity will be pretty much cleared up by the end of 2003. That has not happened, and I don't think it will happen in 2024 as well. The reason being that after the recovery, post-COVID recovery in China, plenty of money poured into the PV space in China, and many manufacturers are sitting on essentially what I would describe as a war chest of capital that they can use to try to wait out others and not shut down or reduce their capacity. So there will be a reshuffle. It's not going to be soon. I think it's going to continue well into 2024 and or even 2025, the overcapacity. That will have an impact also downstream on distributors, with many distributors still sitting on stocks. Last year, the name of the game was modules. This year is going to be inverters and batteries. String inverters and batteries, of which the prices are falling. And the impact it's going to have on distributors is that with the falling prices of components, it's becoming more and more difficult to manage the existing distributorship model. And that's just because a single salesperson, there's only a certain number of clients, installers, smaller wholesalers that he or she can serve. And with the falling value of components, that means that the turnover generated by a single salesperson is getting lower as well, making it more difficult for that person to be a profitable addition to the company. The impact it's going to have on the industry is that more and more of the business is going to be carried out online. And that leads me to your question. I'm getting there, which means, now we are supporting a platform that's set up that's called SunStore. And there's a number of similar platforms emerging in the industry that directly connect distributors and manufacturers with installers regardless of where they are. So we will see more and more of business being carried out online. The cheaper the components are, the lower the barrier. The lower the barrier, the easier it is for the buyer to go and buy online. So we are supporting this transition by supporting one of the platforms, but of course there is a number of platforms that are emerging as well. And this will just change the way the components are being purchased by installers and smaller wholesalers, rather than go through the major established single country wholesalers that will be able to procure directly online the components that they need for a given installation. That, I think, will reduce one of the significant barriers that Sonia did not mention, but I think it's there. You know, when a country introduces a new regulation and the industry starts to boom, the demand starts to boom, there is no supply chain set up for people, installers and investors alike to purchase components locally. And this barrier can be overcome with the emergence of the online trading platforms. Yeah? We've seen that for sure. In Poland, we had the same situation when Poland started to develop as a market very, very quickly. Installers were struggling for components and distributors were making unhealthy margins on that. Yeah. Now with the emergence of pan-European platforms, this is no longer going to be a challenge or an obstacle whenever demand starts to surge following a certain change in regulations.
Thank you, Bartosz, for sharing also your opinion about the challenge, the reshuffle of the supply chain globally, and also the new model of online trading platform. This is very exciting, and thank you for sharing the information with us. And the next one, I would like to ask Tony to share your opinion with us. Tony, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I think it will be mentioned about all the business partners and the industry participants. Already we have been a very strong business partnership through the years, and we will continuously with all the fellows industries to be a partner together with a cooperation deeply. But we are more emphasis on we have active participants from the industry advocacy and the standards developments. So we do see a lot of like industry associations, advocacy group, and the policy makers. Probably we will be more interested and more focused on getting their awareness and this understanding about this industry involvement, not only in the solar but the energy sections. So we will be have a significant part of the energy distribution in terms of our systems. That will be a very important part in the future on, since solar and renewable energy are becoming a significant part, and they will becoming more and more important in the whole systems. Furthermore, I think we will prioritize ourselves in the knowledge sharing and the building, not only in the solar industry and the electricity industry, but as a whole society in terms of understanding about renewable energy, how they works and how they being function well, and how to involve ourselves be a dominant energy source in the worldwide. So we have been participating with the some of the training institutions or the education organizations. So we have developed some of the work programs or workshops with in some of the training professionals in the energy sections. So through this kind of cooperations, we do believe, we have our influence, and by understanding of the larger population about renewable energy and how it becomes significantly impact on our lives. So that was also a very important part where I should be adding. And the last but not least, we think the customer cooperation is the most important. So all these our ambitions and targets will be together with our customer to have their voice be heard in the worldwide and the different sections. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And now I understand why your company is so successful all over the world. Yeah, Marcus, are you still with us? I didn't see your camera on.
Mr. Marcos, he leaves because some emergency, so we can go on.
Okay, thank you. We know climate change has become one of the most important topic in the process of high quality development of human civilization. face this global challenge, it is necessary to get wisdom and strength from all over the world and adhere to long-term systematic green and low-carbon development. In this regard, the active participation and value contribution of the global business communities are crucial. And in this regard, maybe you are aware that JA Solar has recently launched a proposal or initiative called Global Green Industry and Commercial Low Carbon Development. This initiative aims to gather representatives from green energy and global business pioneers to jointly explore and promote sustainable business practices and drive the development of the global green economy. For sure, I believe Tony is very familiar with your own initiative. I would like ask the other 5 or 4 panelists, could you please share your opinion on this initiative, maybe in 1 minute, considering the time we are a little bit behind the schedule. Christian, can you go first?
Yes, of course. I think it's a huge initiative and very important. I only think that they have to include the government and the people who needs to be transferred for the let's say that the dirt sector to the clean sector. So what should we do with the persons? We can be able to use their knowledge on the green sector. If so, it's a good, because we have several regions, cities, whole cities that depends on some kinds of specific, like coal sources or fossil sources, entire countries that have their income from this. So yeah, a little to think about, to include these things on the project to reallocate these people to work with the green energy. So I think it's very important to this thing to think about.
Thank you, Christian. Sonia, may I ask you about your opinion to the initiative which is launched by JA Solar?
Absolutely. Yes, no, I fully support, and I really want to give the support of the Global Solar Council to continue to work with you on this, on the topic of just transition, and how we make the energy transition happen is absolutely critical. And I just want to say that our vision as the Global Solar Council is to build a global energy system and many national energy systems that have solar at the heart of the system as the primary generation technology. And then around that, we think about the enabling technologies, which are other renewables such as wind, geothermal, hydro, and so on. Other technologies such as battery storage, long duration energy storage, flexible demand, and cross-border interconnectors. And if we do all of those things, we can build a completely different energy system for the future that is decarbonized, democratized, and decentralized. Thank you.
Totally agree with you, Sonia. And Isabel, can you also share some insights with us about the initiative?
Fantastic. Thank you. First of all, congratulations for this fantastic initiative. I believe it's timely and it's much needed. What I would like to say is that as we implement it, we need to be mindful of inclusivity. So making sure that we include everybody who needs to come around the table, including the marginalized, underscored, but importantly, government and institutions that are important to their transition. And that we need to maintain and position solar as the key solution to the transition, the green economy transition, or the energy transition. I think we also need to make sure that the goals are clear and that we're not duplicating efforts, many efforts of other organizations. That's why we are open to engaging and collaborating with JA Solar. But I think initiatives and programs are only as good as the impact that they make in society. So we need to be upfront, able to measure and to have success measures in place before we even implement, so that when we're successful, we can say, oh, this is what we achieved. That is what we aim to achieve. And indeed, we achieved it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Isabel, also for your suggestion. This is very useful. And then last but not least, we still have Bartosz with us. Can you also share some opinion from your side, please?
I think it's a very timely initiative, right? Especially we discussed earlier how susceptible our industry is to changing regulations. The C&I space is typically more robust and less sensitive to changing regulations than residential, for example. And this makes it, I think, a very worthwhile long-term initiatives. We were definitely seeing also in our sales and among our clients an increasing interest in the C&I. The residential seems to be a little bit stagnating in many markets, so it's definitely a good direction. On our side, we're also trying to make solar available to institutions that typically do not have the means to make it to carry out the installation or finance the installation by themselves. So we're running a program in which we partner with suppliers, with manufacturers, and also with installers, our clients, to deliver installations for institutions that take care for kids. So it's pediatric wards at hospitals, it's orphanages, it's schools. We've carried out 15 installations like that with our partners, with our manufacturers that we work with, and with installers that are our clients, totally for free for these institutions. And I think this is important also for us, not only to think about the business side of things, but also to think about institutions that can benefit from the solar energy, but that they cannot afford it at current stage. So I would be very happy if J Solar and other major manufacturers would also engage in this kind of activities. There is a lot to be done. We carried out also our first installation in South Africa recently. So I'm looking forward to making this as available and as paramount as possible.
Thank you, Bartosz, also for the suggestion and a great idea. I think all the information I have already noted by JA Solar. So thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your valuable perspective and recommendation and insights with us. For me personally, I feel like I just have a virtual journey with all of you. You guide me to go through the different regions, and then it's very inspiring me. Thank you very much for all your valuable time and sharing. And also from my perspective, thank you, JA Solar, for providing us this amazing platform. Thank you so much for inviting me here. So I hand over back to our moderator, Mr. Chen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ying, and thank you all our guests from the first panel for such a great discussion. We can see the great challenge at the moment, but at the same time, the great opportunities come along with it. Now let's proceed to the second panel discussion. Other than the market side, we would like to discuss on the technology front. Let's talk about the topic of technological innovation drives the healthy development of the PV industry. This discussion will be moderated by Umair Ashraf, Team Lead Solar Middle East and Africa at DNV. Mr. Ashraf, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, hi everyone. My name is Umair Ashraf. As Stefan mentioned, I'm Team Lead Solar for Middle East and Africa, and we're working in DNV. I'm based in Dubai. And we have team based in South Africa, Egypt, and Dubai. From these three countries, we cover the Middle East and Africa market. So I will be moderator for this panel. I'm really honored to moderate this panel, and which is very important topic. Technological innovation drives the healthy development of the PV industry. And so with me in the panel today will be Mr. Shaw Ouyang. He's the CTO at JA Solar. Miss Angela Shi is President Global PV Cluster and Vice President Greater China at TUV Nord. And we will have also Harry Schemelzer, NATO. Pardon me if I'm not pronouncing your names right. He is a WEG Solar and Building Director at WEG. And then finally, we'll also have Musad Abdul Nabi, Business Unit Director at Al-Swidi T&D. So guys, I would like to request you if you can turn on your videos so audience can see your videos. And for the audience, by end of this panel discussion, we will also, if time allows, we will also take some of the questions. So feel free to leave your questions in the comment box. About innovation, we know how important this is. Working in technical advisory firm, I can also assure that we have seen many manufacturers, those who were not up to the market pace and innovation, the market left them way behind. And so basically all companies, they need to invest in innovation and give utmost importance to this particular topic in their companies. And I think industry in general realize this. Same, I would like to continue with my questions. How do you actually see in technical innovation impacting the PV industry? Basically, how do we see the impact? So I will start with my first panelist, Mr. Shi Ouyang. If you can tell us about how this technical innovation is impacting the PV industry in your perspective.
Thanks very much, Uma. This is a great question, and I think the impact of technological innovation is actually all around to the industry. I give it like a hard impact and soft impact. Hard means to increase the profitability of any solar projects. There was a magic number. Probably I first heard about it like 10 years ago, is that if you increase the solar cell module efficiency by 1% without adding much of the cost, then you will have 6% more of the profit. Surprisingly, as far as I know, it still works today. So this tells you how important the efficiency is. More efficient and more power output the solar panel is for any solar projects. It's not only make some projects even more profitable, but it's also an enabler for some projects. Probably it couldn't be done before, and now it's possible, it's financially viable. On the other hand I call it softer projects. Not necessarily will increase the profitability, but it will, particularly when the penetration of the grid increase, and you will find some conventional working scenarios cannot feed so much renewable energy anymore. Then those softer technologies are getting more and more important. For example, one of the hottest topic is BIPV, called Building Integrated Photovoltaics, which makes the building possible to generate the electricity. And there is another one called VIPV, Vehicle Integrated Photovoltaics, that you can put the solar panels on the car, which can generate electricity to power the EV right away. And as I mentioned in my talk, there are some like self-cleaning and technologies that if you put in a dusty area is actually very good. And for some rooftop system, if we develop some shading resistant modules, then for the chimney trees shading, then you can put more panels on the roof. Like some lightweight technologies modules that JA Solar are also working on for some roof with limited the weight strength, then that also make it possible to have a solar project on it. And if it is close to the airport, we have anti-glare solar modules to be able to adapt into area. So you see that the impact of the technology development is all around to the industry and make it more profitable, and also make it possible for larger penetration of renewable energy. Yeah, get back to you, Uma.
Yeah, very well summarized, Mr. Ouyang. I completely agree with you that there is no end to innovation. You just have to keep innovating and make the market profitable. And this is the end goal, basically, to have more innovation in the industry. And thank you for your thoughts. I will now go to Mr. Harry about your thoughts. What do you think? How technological innovation is impacting the PV industry?
Hello, Umar. Good morning here in Brazil. I'm Harry. I don't know if everybody know WEG, but WEG, the company that I'm director from solar, is the hugest technology company in Brazil. We are manufacturing motors, transformers, substations, wind power generator. We is manufacturing company. And in the industry regarding PV, we have really big challenge. I'm in the business 30 years at WEG in the solar energy in this department. And in the beginning, we tried to manufacture solar central inverter, and also we studied to manufacture PV panels. And in my opinion, the PV industry is quite hard and difficult because the efficiency or how you increase is always to put down the costs. And this volatility is really difficult to us. And then as long as we have a very good brand and very good reputation in the country, nowadays we work with OEM agreements. Yeah, we have OEM in the models with JA, with our brand, WEG brand, and also in the inverter with our other company. And this what I was most looking for in my suppliers as I put my brand and I decide not to manufacture is the warranty, the technical assistance, and know that really survive the warranty term, like 25 years is really long term. And then we are really worried about the tests in the cells, about how we'll perform a long way, and also how will be the warranty in models that change the size, and also when it start to be big size, what's gonna happen with the glass. And then these are our challenges. As long as I use only my channels, we also sell in South Africa. I checked that the people talked before about South Africa, and there already have battery. And then we also want, and we are looking for partners, and we are looking the trend of technology to integrate battery inverters, modules, and also all the automation of a residential cameras. I think that this is the new trend. I think that this is my opinion about this topic.
Yeah, no, Harry, I see your point, and since we are you are giving your thoughts, I would like to ask you also what generally companies like WEG are expecting from PV manufacturers, and similarly, what is your feedback and review of JA Solar since your company has been collaborating with them?
Yeah, this is the same more or less that I talked about. Yeah, I need to be comfortable about that this company will keep in the high technology, yeah, and mainly keep me the price. Okay, I think that this volatility, my supplier, as long as I have 30% of the market, and I really can buy a lot and create a trend, they need me support about price. And this, I think that GA is very good with our relation. Okay, GA is a big company with easy we can trust that they will be here, probably will not bankrupt, and then this is very good. But also the commercial assistance that we have in Brazil, showing the direction of the price and also adjust those prices when it is possible. We think that this is a really important in the partnership in a so volatility market. Also, they told before about the distribution. We are an industry, but we are a distribution. Yeah, as long as we import those, and then it's very good have a partnership that would think longer and sometimes also lost money together. I think that this was a good, strong point. And the other that we really give value is to respect the channel. Okay, I think that GA respect the channel in Brazil. I don't know in the world, but respect the channel is as long as I sell models, inverters, and the structures to the integrators or even the final customer. I don't want that my supplier sell to my integrator directly or not sell directly to the final customer. Neither my PV model manufacturer also has inverter and battery. This I don't know in worldwide, but in Brazil, GA really respect this, just sell models. If they just sell models, I can promote that brand because it's my partner. Otherwise, if they sell the same thing than me in the same channel, for us, don't have no interest. I think that the technology really, I don't see so much technology points like if you compare the top 5 in the world, really. But I think that those commercial and respect channel partnership is the strong point in GA with us in the last year.
Oh, Harry, yes, your point is very well noted. So basically, yeah, so in innovation, basically market or industry expect them to be more and more competitive so that you can sell more in the market. That's basically should be the end goal for the innovation. And that's why companies invest also in innovation so that they can keep themselves alive in the market. Yeah, so we understand from that perspective. Now, I would like to understand also from you, Mr. Musad, what do you think about the same topic? What is your company expecting from PV manufacturers?
Thank you, Mr. Omar. Thank you for the guys. Just to discuss about this point, because this point is very important. The technological innovation in the PV industry, day by day, it's going growth. But my concern is comparing the growth that coming from this industry, the PV industry, compared by the growth in the same time for the supplier of the PV inverter itself, and in the same time the tracker system. Both of them shall be growth on the same manner, on the same speed. Frankly speaking, the rapid speed of the innovation coming through the PV module, either beginning from the monocrystalline module, and after that the mono-PERC module, and now the bifacial TOPCon module, and later on we are going to search for the heterojunction module. Okay, so this innovation day by day, month by month, every time you are innovating yourself in a very rapid speed. But frankly speaking, it is not the same speed like the inverter supplier and the tracker supplier. A coordination between these three suppliers, because these three suppliers, the PV module, the tracker, and the inverter, these three items are considering the main core of such industry. If there is any period coordination between all of you, I think in a certain time we may find a conflict of how to do a competitive project, or how to evaluate and design a good balance of system, including a good value engineering from the EPC side. I'm talking from my side as EPC sector. Me as Musad Abdelnabi, I forget to introduce myself. I am the business unit director of Sweden T&D Renewable Energy Department. So I'm talking from the perspective of the EPC. Okay, so this point is very, very important regarding this rapid innovation in this industry. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Musad, I can understand your point, because see, in the end, we are advising a lot of owners as owners engineer, and we know that not always or most of the cases there is no coordination between major three OEMs, module, inverter, and trackers. So the owners and EPC contractors end up spending more time than they should have in detailed design review and making them align. So yeah, I get your point, and I think this is some area of improvement still in our PV industry, where major manufacturers, they need to move in this direction so that developers spend less time and money in this, and then our market will be more competitive.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Musad, for your thoughts. As we know, innovation comes with challenges also. And then my next question would be from Ms. Angela. Like what do we need to do to ensure safety and reliability of new technological innovation in the PV industry? What are some challenges of implementing new technological innovations? We would like to hear your thoughts about this topic.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Angela from TÜV Nord. We are a company from Germany for more than 150 years ago, and we offer the services for testing, inspection, and certification. So regarding your question, I believe every one of you know that with the continuous emergence of new materials, processes, and equipment, PV modules power output continues to improve. We can find actually various technical routes appearing in the market. Here we have two examples. The first one is like, okay, the large size silicon wafer and the large size PV modules. So large size modules, for us, we think that sometimes it would bring some risks, such as hot spots, circuit input and output safety, mechanical performance safety, transportation safety, or outdoor, the actual performance outdoor, and the compatibility of other related devices in the system. So for all these, actually, we need to work and fully evaluate that to make sure of such new technology for the market. And secondly, it's about the N-type solar cell technology. So TOPCon is the mainstream technical route in the current market, as you know already. And the reliability has been fully verified. Outdoor evaluation test data from us, TÜV Nord, JA Solar, and also the other module manufacturers reflect the relevant advantages. However, as LECO, 0BB or EPE, gap film and other technologies are improving and gradually put into mass production. Therefore, we still need to be aware of the new reliability risk. So basically speaking, TÜV Nord provides quality certification services in the whole life cycle of PV modules, from R&D to mass production, to satisfy the users and owners in design, BOM, production process, and final product quality matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. The same question would be then to Mr. Ouyang. Like, how do you make sure or the safety and reliability of your new products in JA Solar? Would you elaborate a little on this point?
Yeah, thank you, Uma. First, I would like to express my thanks to Angela and TÜV Nord for your contribution to the industry. I just want to echo with what she just said. It's extremely important how the certification body and the manufacturer working together hands on hands to solve some problems associated with the innovations. like JA Solar, we do R&D and also mass production on various technologies. We first introduced the PERC, then TOPCon and HJT. Now we try perovskite and TEMT and all those technologies. What we realize is that all the new technologies have new degradation models and failure mechanisms. We have the best engineers, in-house engineers, and we also work with institutes, but we know there's just something new that associated with the new innovation that is not quite understood by the industry. So we really need to work with the companies like TÜV Nord, which could help us to develop the new testing sequence, acceleration test, not necessarily would be able to reflect all the problems in the IEC standards. So we want to understand more. We will help to understand more. Before that, we will be very conservative to the product we introduce to the market. But we still hope we can, by more understanding and design correctly, to really minimize the cost and the risks to our clients and really make our product cost effective. So yeah, that's a ongoing question. I believe then we have to work hard on it. And if you just as I said in my presentation previously, that we have annually 25% new installation each year, a growth each year. That means every year we almost face 1/3 to half of new installation. So that's the scale of the risk we have to face. But we are lucky we have experts, and we can always work together to try to solve the problem. Yep.
Yes, Mr. Ouyang. Basically, to summarize, from JA Solar perspective and TÜV Nord perspective, basically both manufacturers and certification bodies, they need to collaborate to have secure and safe environment for innovation for the developers, so that they can trust on the products from the manufacturers. So I think, yeah, this is the way to go, and market is, or industry is moving in this direction. I can see in different contracts, testing requirements are different, and yeah, in general, industry is following this practice. So thank you very much for your thoughts. Now I would ask Mr. Musad about some of the challenges in implementation of new technical innovations.
Thank you, Omar, again. Discussing about the challenges that may face the EPC contractor, because the EPC contractor and the developer and the owner are on the same pocket. So we are going to discuss about the challenges that can affect the balance of system, and finally will affect the levelized cost of energy, finally that will implement on the developer side. Okay, some of the challenges for sure will be some technical characteristic about the PV module, like the power loss due to the temperature degradation for sure, and in the same time due to something like the dust solution, because as you know, most of the projects right now are in the Gulf area. The utility scale project is in the Gulf area, which is and in North Africa, and these projects already, these locations already having very high temperature, and in the same time they are dusty area. So some of the challenges regarding the PV module suppliers in general, how to having a good effort to reduce these losses, the power loss due to temperature and the power loss due to the dust. Very, very important at the module of the supplier of the module to reduce these losses. Okay, sure, 100%. Our target, all of us, our target is to have a very high efficiency to reduce the balance of system that will implement for sure the levelized cost of energy of the solar system in general. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Musad. Thank you. In general, I just want to give a comment. For me, I think in general, whenever there is a new product as a result of innovation, it's challenging for that product to become bankable. So I think all three partners, manufacturers and certification bodies and developers, they need to do some testing and reliability. So for the lenders to give them comfort and then to make the product more bankable. I think this is what has been done so far. And yeah, I think it is the way to go also in the industry. Now I would move towards Miss Angela, you again. How do you foresee the future of technological innovation, and how
Okay, so can you hear me? Because I think just now there's some bad signal. Now it's okay.
drive development? And can we also, yes.
Okay, okay. So yeah, in terms of technical innovation, we actually are, faced with multiple challenges. On the one hand, some key technical challenges in new PV technologies still need to be overcome, such as the stability of new PV materials and the reduction of manufacturing costs. On the other hand, the instability of energy storage and the power supply of PV system is also an urgent issue to be fixed. Commercial and large-scale application of new technology will also need more support from investors and policies. So we actually are committed to providing customers, with reliability risk analysis, standard updates to support such new technologies to access to the market faster and safer. So for future technological innovation, with the increase of scientific research and a promotion of interdisciplinary cooperation, important breakthroughs will be made in efficient PV materials, manufacturing processes, and energy storage technology. So these innovations can not only improve the efficiency and the reliability of PV system, but also reduce the LCOE, thus further promote the vigorous development of PV enterprises. At the same time, international cooperation will also play an important role in the development of new PV technologies by sharing research results and technical experience to jointly address the challenges of global climate change and energy security. That is my point and my opinion. Yeah, thank you.
Very well described, Ms. Angela. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
And I would like to now give the mic to Ms. Oh-young again to give his final remarks about the same topic. How can we actually drive the prosperous development in the PV industry with the new innovation in the PV industry?
So in the PV industry and PV R&D, we always say we have a golden triangle: is the efficiency, high efficiency, low cost, and high reliability. I think we would see, we've already seen the solar cell efficiency above 26 for mass production. I think 27 will not be very far away. And we will be able to see over 30% efficiency in the future. So that's going along the way. At the same time, we see the reliability and warranty extension from 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. So I think that will remain, which means we will keep improving the efficiency without sacrificing reliability of the cell and the module. I think that always work. We always have to work. The triangle we have to expand at the same time, not just one and shrinking the other two corners. That's not gonna be affordable and acceptable. But I want to emphasize one thing, that is the ESG, which is hasn't been seen emphasized before, but we know that it's getting more and more important. Like when we design solar modules, for example, we actually have to add a fourth corner, which means we want to minimize the carbon footprint. We want to make sure the energy payback time is short. Before, we always look into IRR, which is investment return, but we also want to make sure that the energy payback will be as soon as possible. And we see some projects really emphasize on that social impact of the solar project, and also carbon footprint, as I mentioned. So that's add something new to the ESG part of the innovation. And in JA Solar, we also like work on stuff like low temperature process, for example, and thinner wafer to minimize the carbon emission, and also some materials will have smaller footprint. So that is something that we think will play a very, very important part in the future of innovation. Thank you.
Indeed, Mr. Ouyang, thank you very much for your thoughts, and I would like to thank all my panelists on this note for answering questions patiently, and yeah, it was really useful, at least for me. I hope it was the same for the audience. Now I will pass on the mic to Stefan. Yeah, please, floor is yours if you want to take any questions from audience, or you want to move ahead with the agenda of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Musad.
Thanks to our esteemed panelists for their valuable insights and perspectives. It's always the technology migration drives the cost reduction and accelerated adoption of solar energy across the globe. The innovation is always beyond our imagination, as Dr. Ouyang mentioned. And these innovations and improvements of technology also the key factors boosted the market in the past decades. These technology innovations really help shape the healthy development of the PV industry. With that, we have come to the end of today's Global Summit. Thank you so much to all keynote speakers, panelists, and attendees for your active participation and insightful sharing. After the launch of a new initiative, JA Solar will continue to adhere to the core concept of global green industrial and commercial low carbon development. Let's join hands together to become the backbone of promoting the goal of carbon neutrality and play an important leading role in reducing carbon emissions and promoting the vigorous development of green energy industry. Thank you once again. Goodbye, everyone.
What does N stand for?
Recording stopped.
Infinity. It is the power from 0 to 1. It is the belief in green ecology. It is the rebirth of life force of the light. What does N symbolize? We use new technologies to embrace change. The new generation of N-type Deep Blue 4.0 Pro modules. With new wafer dimensions and better compatibility. We follow the principles of exploration and innovation. Unleash infinite potentials of light. What does N mean? Higher cell efficiency gives Deep Blue 4.0 Pro higher power, better temperature coefficient, enables more power generation. Advanced material techniques bring better safety and reliability. Lower power degradation leads to more value throughout the life cycle. What does N indicate? We lead every step in technological innovation. We witness every step in energy revolution. On the path of pursuing energy efficiency, we have never ceased exploration. Bring N to every household. Let N assemble across mountains and rivers. Make light create infinite values. What does N denote? By the power of nature, we achieve sustainable development. With a carbon neutrality mission, we build a green future. We care about energy. We care more about tomorrow's environment and you in the future. Advances with unlimited potentials for PV development.